I guess that's my cue. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, council and staff. Some disruptions this morning. We have no internet in the building, so the live stream is being done so through a hotspot on someone's phone. So for those of you watching on YouTube, if it's a little sketchy, our apologies in advance. We are recording the meeting so that should it be necessary, we can put the recording out onto the internet after the meeting, unfortunately. We are at 35 Alice Street. You're welcome to join us. There are still a few seats left, although we have significantly more people here than we normally do. I guess when you offer money or threaten to take it away, people show up. Right. And our camera for the live stream is going to stay off so that the stream and so that at least you can hear us. And hopefully it doesn't get too sketchy. That said, I saw the Cogeco maintenance fella come in the door, so maybe this will be solved sooner rather than later. So folks, as we begin, I will ask everyone in the room to please silence your cell phones and other electronic devices, and I'll remind council that our procedure bylaw prescribes the use of technology during meetings. And as I say that, I will also note that the fire chief is working today, so his pager is on. If we hear that go off, we'll excuse him because it probably means he's needed somewhere. And we'd rather get him there expeditiously if that's the case. It is 9:02. I'll call this Committee of the Whole budget meeting to order. And I'll begin with the territorial land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgement is an act that predates European settlement and was an opportunity for visiting Indigenous nations to acknowledge the land that they were visiting and seeking opportunities on. In Brighton, we acknowledge that we are meeting this morning on territory that is the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabe, now of Alderville. We are grateful for the opportunities that the lands and waters that we now know as Brighton provides for us and work to set policies that will help us work to be better stewards of this place. We are grateful to Indigenous neighbors who continue to work to make this place sustainable for all creation. And approval of the agenda is moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the February 7th, 2025 Committee of the Whole budget meeting agenda be approved as presented. Is there any discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Members of council, have you any declarations of pecuniary interest, and if so, please state the general nature thereof. I will note that if any discussion comes up with regard to the Hilton Cemetery, I am a member of the council at Trinity St. Andrews United Church, and Trinity St. Andrews is the owner and operator of the Hilton Cemetery. So I will recuse myself if any discussion is specific to the Hilton Cemetery. We have 4 delegations this morning. We have 4 presentations this morning. Presenters have 15 minutes to provide council with their information. It is noted that language, content, and conduct must always remain respectful. The Committee of the Whole will be provided with an opportunity to ask questions of clarification from the presentation representatives based on the information that they have presented. We are reminded that this is not an opportunity to engage in debate with the presenters nor advance a public policy position. Presenters are reminded that the Committee of the Whole does not make decisions during the presentation portion of the meeting, but may make decisions based on the deliberations that come later. So with that, our first presentation comes from Lindsay Butcher Dodds, Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation. And I will say we're grateful that everyone showed up in person for the delegations and presentations.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. I'm Lindsay Butcher Dodds, Executive Director of Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation, and with me is Tina Firmage, the past chair of the Hospital Foundation. We're just so grateful for your time, and we'll get started.
The next slide, please. So Trenton Memorial Hospital is a deeply committed connected to the Brighton community, and it plays a vital role in supporting the health and the well-being of all its residents. I myself believe that the hospital is the core of the economic strength of a community, and that's one of the reasons I became involved with the hospital. We are fortunate to have many dedicated volunteers from Brighton who contribute to Trenton Memorial Hospital in meaningful ways. They serve on our committees, whether it's the board or providing ongoing support throughout the year. These volunteers bring invaluable insight, dedication, and community-centered approach to our work. They ensure that the needs of the Trenton residents are always top of mind. Whether it's through helping with hospital events, participating in fundraising efforts, or guiding the direction of the hospital, Brighton volunteers are an essential part of what makes Trenton Memorial Hospital so effective and responsive to the community needs. These Brighton-based volunteers, which are pictured here, exemplify the spirit of the community involvement and are an integral part of the success of Trenton Memorial Hospital. Example, the Toby home build, the first one in Brighton. Next slide, please. To better serve our growing community, Trenton Hospital is undergoing an exciting expansion. This project will enhance the hospital's ability, meeting increasing demands for emergency services and improving overall care in the community. The expansion includes specialized emergency care rooms, a larger waiting area, and updated facilities to accommodate the advanced medical technology. Some of the goals we have is a bariatric room designed for patients with specialized care requirements and equipment, elderly care rooms that will focus on comfort and accessibility with features like more accommodating beds and easier mobility options. There's children rooms with more child-friendly environment to help reduce the anxiety and make the emergency experience less frightening for the young patient and their family. Here is a visual representation of what the expansion will look like, which will enable us to care for more patients efficiently, adding an extra 5,000 square feet to the current ER. Next slide. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a 25% increase in emergency department visits. This increase is a reflection of both the growing population and the rise in healthcare needs. As our communities continue to grow, both in population and the complexity of healthcare needs, we expect this demand in emergency services to continue to rise. The surge in the volume has created pressure on our existing resources, making the expansion critical for maintaining high quality care. So you can see the numbers on there where it has changed. Thank you. Next page. This map shows the distribution of ages for patients visiting emergency room. It highlights the significant presence of both middle-aged, young family, and seniors who rely heavily on our services. The category of visits are ranked from 1 to 5, 1 being the most urgent, which is life-threatening, and 5 being less urgent cases. Our ER handles a wide range of urgent medical conditions, making timely access imperative. 1 is a critical life-threatening emergency. 2 is serious but not life-threatening. 3 is moderate condition requiring prompt care. 4 is minor injuries or concerns. And 5, non-urgent visits for advice or basic treatment. Next page. Of the 35,000 visits to our ER annually, 5,400 are from the Brighton Northumberland residents, accounting for a significant portion of our patient volumes. This means that sustaining numbers of Brighton families a substantial number of our Brighton families rely on ER for urgent medical care. As the demand for these services increases, it's critical that we have the capacity to meet it. The continued growth in Brighton population underscores the need for larger, more efficient emergency care facility to ensure the well-being of this community.
Next slide, please. So at Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation, we have a lot of commitments. This year alone, our equipment that is $1.6 million that we need to raise for. So for the next 3 years, if on average, that's $4.8 million. It's a lot of things that are needed at the hospital. Next slide, please. This is just a kind of a snapshot of this year and the critical needs equipment that has been purchased. So stretchers, vital signs machines, hospital beds, cystoscopes, a lot of different things that are needed for all the families and individuals that use our hospital. Next slide, please. The other commitment that we have is Lumio, which is we have committed 400,000 over, it's actually over 15 years, but for the next 3 years, it's $1.2 million that is responsible from the Hospital Foundation and our community. Next slide, please. Lumio is a new digital medical record system. Some of you that may have used the hospital in the last month or so, you might have come and encountered with it. I spoke about it a few months ago at the council meeting and how it's going to really enhance healthcare in our community. So when you go to Belleville or Trenton, you'll get a little wristband and all of your medical records will travel with you. So it's really going to help patient care, and it's really going to help our physicians and nurses just to know what's going on and to better care for all of your needs as a patient as a whole. Next slide, please. So this is very exciting, the ER expansion for Trenton. I know I am personally have personal experiences with family and myself using the hospital. And the need for this expansion, if you've been to the hospital recently, is just so critical. It's going to be expanded within the same template of the hospital. So there won't be any extra extensions built within. It'll be within the footprint that we currently have, utilizing every inch of the space, which is fantastic. We have some engineers working on it. I think it's going to be really great for the community. The ER expansion is, the community was responsible for 10% of that. So it's going to be about 2 million, next slide please, over the next 3 years. So altogether, we have to raise $8 million. Easy, right? We can do it. It's a big number, but we have such a fantastic community that I know that we can accomplish it together. Next slide, please. Contributions so far, some of you may have been at or heard of the kitchen party, which is from the O'Quinn team. They raised $500,000 net for the ER expansion, which was a historic event we're very proud of, and as well as our golf tournament and our gala this year went towards it. But again, just little pieces that are breaking off that we're picking away at this big total. Next slide, please. So our request for you today, we are asking for $500,000 towards the Emerge Stronger campaign over 5 years. It translates to, Brighton has about 11,950 residents. That's about $8.37 per taxpayer over 5 years. To me, that's completely doable. And if I lived in Brighton, I'd give you my $8 right now. So that's what we're asking for today. And we just can't thank you enough for your time. Next slide, please. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask us.
Thank you both for the presentation. I'll open the floor for members of council for questions of clarification. But I do want to ask, before I do that, the Ministry of Health has provided their commitment to an ER expansion. I was at the announcement when it was made last year.
Yep, it was I think March last year, February, March. Yeah,
just about a year ago. What is the total commitment from the ministry on that?
So their commitment is, I believe, because we're still waiting on those finalized numbers from them, but it's going to be around 20 million. So
that's the 10% is too,
yes.
Right?
So yeah, the community is responsible for the 10%.
Okay, and you'll be asking or have asked Quinte West, I assume, for a similar
we will
per
be,
capita
yes.
request.
Yeah.
Do you know what you're going to be asking? I don't want to get ahead of the game or open up any surprise boxes here. But
Right.
Do you know what you'll be asking Quinte West for?
We're planning on asking around 2 million.
Over the 5 years.
Over the 5 years,
So
yes.
Four times what you're asking. Thank you. Members of council, any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Wielden.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the idea of Lumio. I thought that was always how healthcare worked. So why is this an extra rather than a core feature of provincially funded healthcare?
That's a really good question. It's our actual area is the furthest behind for all of medical records keeping in, I believe, all of Ontario. So it's not just us, it was also Kingston, Brockville, Perth. It went all up the eastern of Ontario. And the overall package of Illumio is 50 million. So again, it's 10% of the community. So that's where we're responsible for.
Thank you for that. I'm sure they can't answer why, but I get your question. Why is the province not funding this? It's, it's 2025. You should stop funding pads and paper and start funding electronic resources. Perhaps that's a conversation we can have with our new elected government when we figure out who that is on the 28th of February. Any other questions from members of council? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
A motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the presentation from the Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation be received. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. The next presentation is the University Hospitals Kingston Foundation, Abby McIIquham. Welcome back. Just push the silver button in front of you there. There you go.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm really pleased to be here. Pardon me? I was hoping it would. Are there any tricks or just pull?
No, it should be electronic. Oh, look at that. There you go.
Nice. Wonderful. Okay. I'm really pleased to be here today. Thank you for having me. My name is Abby McIIquham. I'm Associate Director at University Hospitals Kingston Foundation, and I'm here to provide an update on the important healthcare services that are available at your Kingston Hospital and share the specific needs of interventional radiology. Since the merger between KGH and Hotel du Hospitals in 2017, which created Kingston Health Sciences Centre, the role of our hospital has grown significantly, which today provides ambulatory and critical care to over 600,000 residents. For communities like Brighton, this means that even advanced specialized healthcare is accessible within a reasonable distance down the 401, avoiding travel to larger cities most of the time. This level of care is essential, especially as our region's population grows and ages, and the demand on healthcare has never been greater. Because of this level of care, KHSC is the regional referral center for tertiary care, supporting smaller hospitals in the area by ensuring that people throughout southeastern Ontario can receive timely and comprehensive care when they need it most. Next slide, please. I want to thank the leadership of Brighton Council for your past support. We received grants in 2022 and 2023, with the most recent one going to support our new PET scanner. This was a costly project that required significant renovations and investment from our community. The entire $7 million cost to equip our hospital with a new PET scanner was funded entirely by community donations, large and small. This project would not have been possible without donor support, and we thank you for your contribution, as this will greatly enhance patient care through improved diagnostics for our region. Next slide. In Ontario, a health sciences centre is more than a hospital. It's a hub for advanced care, medical education, research, and specialized clinical services. At KHSC, this integrated approach allows us to deliver life-saving, specialized care for patients facing the most serious and complex medical conditions. As the region's tertiary care hospital, we provide advanced treatment for stroke, trauma, cardiac emergencies, and organ transplants. We also critical care and children through our level 3 pediatric ICU. In addition, KHSC is home to the Cancer Centre of Southeastern Ontario, providing essential cancer treatments close to home. We are also leaders in diagnostic imaging, minimally invasive surgery, interventional radiology, ensuring patients receive specialized, high-quality care for the most complex medical needs. Next slide. KHSC serves a catchment area that includes Leeds and Grenville, Frontenac County, as well as Hastings, Lennox and Addington, the Quinte region, all the way to your community here in Brighton. KHSC may be in Kingston, but it serves as a lifeline for families across southeastern Ontario. Half of the people we care for come from communities outside of the city who rely on our hospital for specialized treatments not offered at their local community hospital. The demand reflects the deep need for accessible healthcare to a growing and geographically dispersed population. Next slide. I'm going to dig a little deeper into this data. Just over 950 residents of Brighton received care at KHSC last year. These individuals came to the hospitals for a variety of reasons. There were 135 visits to emergency and over 220 inpatient visits. 145 residents required a surgical procedure in Kingston as well. However, it's clear that the number one reason that your residents come to KHSC is for cancer care, with over 1,300 visits for treatment last year. These numbers are not huge in volume, but still noteworthy for a smaller community, and demonstrates that whether for emergency care, surgery, life-saving cancer treatment, KHSC plays a vital role in the health and well-being of Brighton residents. Next slide. My focus for today is to share the critical work happening in interventional radiology and why it's important to our shared communities. Interventional radiology, or IVR, is transforming patient care by offering minimally invasive treatments for life-threatening conditions. Whether it's clearing a blood clot, treating a tumor, or preventing the life-altering effects of a stroke, these procedures use advanced imaging to guide precise interventions, often replacing the need for surgery. In some cases, patients who arrive paralyzed due to a stroke will walk out of the IVR suite all on their own. Some of the most essential procedures happening in IVR have been transformative for cancer patients. Specialists use image guidance, such as CT or ultrasound, to precisely target and destroy cancerous tumors without open surgery. Techniques like radiofrequency ablation and cryoablation deliver extreme heat or cold directly into tumors, killing cancer cells while sparing healthy tissue. It's pretty cool. These procedures are commonly used for kidney, liver, lung, and bone cancer, and this technique allows for less pain, lower risk of complications, shorter recovery times, and the ability to repeat treatments if necessary. For cancer patients requiring ongoing treatment, IVR is also used to place ports and catheters under the skin, usually in the chest. This small device provides a direct long-term access point for chemotherapy, eliminating the need for repeated needle sticks in fragile veins. This technique greatly reduces pain from frequent IV insertions, lowers the risk of infection, and offers improved medication delivery. By reducing surgical risks and improving precision and enhancing patient comfort, IVR makes cancer treatment more effective and less burdensome. Next slide. We currently have 2 IVR suites at KHSC and hope to add a third in the years to come. One of the suites was completely renovated at the end of last year, and the second one is scheduled for an overhaul towards the end of this year. It has reached the end of its serviceable life and must be updated with new technology as soon as possible. With this upgrade, there'll be significant benefits, such as improved safety to both staff and patients, since new technology uses much less radiation. It will end the unplanned downtime that both rooms experience due to equipment failure, often resulting in patient cancellations and rebookings. It will allow for outpatient procedures for cancer patients to be expedited for a significant improvement in patient access and wait times. The cost of the renovation is $2.7 million, of which $1.7 million has already been raised. Next slide. We respectfully ask Council to consider an investment in KHSC of $15,000 this year to support the upgrades of our interventional radiology suite. This amount is based on the 2,100 visits made from residents last year. This number also accounts for the fact that you have a challenging budget that needs to accommodate other healthcare projects, such as the one from your local hospital in Trenton. Your council does not have an easy job ahead, but we continue to hear how important healthcare is to residents of Ontario at all levels. We share the hope that healthcare can evolve to meet the growing demand of the system. That will require incredibly bright minds and a novel approach. It also requires continued investment in specialized capital equipment to provide the best possible care to our patients. Next slide. I want to thank you so much for your time today and consideration when deliberating our appeal. If there's any questions right now, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. McIIquham. Any questions from members of council? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion is moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the presentation from Abby McIIquham University Hospital Kingston Foundation be received. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Our next presentation comes from Gift from the Heart, Bev Woods. Welcome back.
Perfect. Thank you. That's not the one I sent you. Oh, that's not my slide presentation. That's an old one. Okay. I can actually do it without. I don't need it if it's okay with everybody else. I'm okay. Okay, I was gonna say, So anyways, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today, Mayor, Council. I wanted to give you an update of our reason for coming forth this time to you. So as we've all heard, healthcare is really important, and it's no different with oral healthcare. It is tremendously on the increase. Just this week alone, Gift from the Heart had 2 patients on Tuesday night who had been admitted to Trenton Memorial Hospital and Belleville Hospital with sepsis due to a tooth infection, which just about killed them both. So they were in for 10 days, hooked up to IV and drains, trying to drain a tooth that was infected that they couldn't afford to have removed. So in essence, those people have come to Gift from the Heart. We have found that the location we were presently at across the street was just too small to be able to meet the needs of Gift from the Heart. So we had relocated the 1st of December into Quinte West. We have 2 full chairs operating on a full-time basis. So every Monday and Thursday now is preventative care, and every Tuesday and Wednesday evenings are dental care being provided to the community. So as you know, that's the one. Go ahead. So we know that from looking at the demographics throughout the region, that Belleville Community Hospital it has an ongoing waiting list. They have a full-time dentist and a full-time hygienist, and yet they're not able to keep up with the needs. They are not accepting the CDCP program at this time. They just don't have the capabilities to do that. So, and as we know in public health with the center in Belleville, even with their mobile units, they have 2 programs that they look after. That's the Ontario Seniors Care Program and the Healthy Smiles. So our office is now, as of January, able to pick up those patients that have nowhere to go with Ontario Works, Ontario Disability, and the new CDCP program. Also within a traditional practice, even if you think it's 100% that your coverage, there's still over and above that you have to pay out. So patients still think, that have this 65 and older or 18 and under, that they're free of paying any expenses for their dental care. But it only meets a certain fee guide that program offers. So dentists charge more, so you still need to pay over and above that. So next slide, please. So as we know, that the 1 in every 3 Ontarians have reported that their family are not able to afford the ongoing cost of dental care. Where are they ending up? These are the patients that we all talk about between 18 and 65. There's no programs for them. And so they're ending up in our emergency wards. They're, putting a hardship on our healthcare systems when they just need help getting a tooth removed because they're in pain. And if any of you have suffered with toothaches, I mean, they're terrible. These people are suffering with toothaches every day. I left the house this morning trying to console somebody on the phone. That's my job. I do that every single day, time after time, for people who just don't know where to go. So part of the job that we do is then informing people where help is for them. So that's part of what we do as well, is try to get them to other places. Next slide. We all know the connection between the body and the mouth. We know that there's over 300 bacteria that live in the mouth, and they affect every part of our overall health. And because we are able to afford the preventative care, which is then what keeps us healthy, we get sick from other diseases and end up using our healthcare system. Next slide. So again, I just want to take a peek at, who are these people? They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're people who are fueling our economy every single day. They're new entrepreneurs or people who have businesses, but they don't have health care that pays for dental care. So they keep putting it off. Because at this point, we all know the struggles people are facing with putting, a roof over their head, paying mortgages, putting food on the table. It's really, really difficult for them to find the money to pay for just basic healthcare when it comes to your oral health. So getting your teeth clean. The average cost for anybody to have their teeth clean in the area is between $200 and $300. I'm sorry, but that's just not obtainable for 90% of the people who do not have dental care. Next slide. This is our new home. So this is 20 Joseph Street. It's on the main level, completely wheelchair accessible. As I say, it's 900 square feet. We have lots of room to provide care to people. And we service, again, Brighton, especially Brighton. You know what I found out? People come to Trenton. It doesn't go the other way around. The people that live in Trenton won't go to our office in Brighton, but they'll drive from Brighton to come to Quinte West. It took me a year of our other location to figure that out, why we couldn't get people coming. And they say because they do a lot of other, trips into the Quinte West. So for them to come for an appointment there is not asking a lot of them. So we're trying to lessen the burden on our healthcare system. We're trying to get them out from going to emergency rooms for care that we can take care of. We're struggling, looking at those who are struggling every day in our community. Next slide. That was our grand opening. So since we last spoke, our profit organization is all volunteers. We have no more paid employees. That is just a thing of the past. We're putting all our efforts into ensuring that our community is vital and happy and healthy. So we need help with to pay the rent. That's what we're here for. We have a rent to pay, and unlike anywhere else, it's that time to put our big girl pants on and ask for some help to pay for the rent so that we can continue to give back the care that our communities all need. Next slide. This is one of the operatories that we have in there that's all set up and ready to go. And again, the age group, I think everybody asks is, there's so many plans out there. Who are you seeing? 18 to 65. And it's that lean group right in smack in the middle of those all that trying to work. So we're looking at an age group. I can't tell you how many 25-year-olds right now that are asking to have all their teeth removed. It's heartbreaking, because they've let their oral health go for so long that now there's no choice for them. Next slide. That was our first patient who sat in their chair at our new residence. Again, on behalf of all of the people who use Gift from the Heart to help them to get out of pain and keep healthy, I want to thank you for considering our ask again this year to continue to do the good work that we do. Next slide. Thank you. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Appreciate your presentation. Questions or comments from members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Bev.
Good morning.
Your mobile unit, are you still using that? Does
Yeah.
it still come to Brighton or to Codrington? I know initially it used to come maybe once or twice a month.
Yeah.
Is that still available?
Yeah, so we don't move the trailer in the winter months. It's too difficult and insurance-wise. So, but I do use it every Tuesday and Wednesday in Brighton, in Belleville to take the x-rays. So we don't have any other means of taking radiographs for patients. So triage days are Tuesdays and Wednesdays all day. I booked 12 patients every half hour to see. That's how many people every Tuesday and Wednesday we do. And so that's done in the mornings. So yes, that's where you'll see us for triaging. That has to be done. And then yes, we have a lot of requests for coming up in the spring to be moving it around. Luckily, right across the street is VON. They have a huge parking lot there as well. So that will help us to put it in another location. I do want to say to you that thinking logically, I guess, one of the biggest dental practices in Quinte West is You Make Me Smile. Their parking lot, we share the same parking lot. So I asked their dentist when they're done work at 5 o'clock to come over and help me. So there was some, trying to get dentists to help out, and that's been successful to date so far, that they're volunteering to come over and give us a hand so we can see more people. So that's been a huge, huge impact on the numbers of people that we're seeing right now.
You have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you. So per your slide presentation, your annual rent is 18,000.
Correct.
Correct. And by the looks of your request to Brighton, you're looking for 95% of that, right? 16,000. Okay, thank you.
Every little bit helps. Thank you.
Thank you both. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Bev, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to be able to speak on behalf or comment on your the good work that Gift from the Heart's been doing in the community. I previously had pecuniary interest, perhaps, because you were my tenant. I would like to note that when Gift from the Heart was in Brighton, they did not have to pay a cent of rent. So right?
Yes.
So we received 100% of the benefit in this community with zero expense from any business owner, et cetera. Having seen the initial uptake when you first took the space across the road, I can say that the variety of people that come in and use your service is really astounding. I had conversations with people in the waiting area. One of them was a teacher who had children and could not, despite working, access dental care through the teachers' unions or anything. She was so grateful to be able to finally look after herself. She had the kids. They're, for the most part, looked after. But it really struck me that your average person that came in through that office was not who I expected them to be. So it is not strictly for low income. It is for the average family in this community that can't access preventative dental care. I had somebody stop me on the street. They just seen me in your office. I think they thought I worked for you, which is fine. They stopped me on the street and cried because for the first time in, I don't know, he was of a certain age that it seemed like many decades. And you had to schedule him over a couple of visits. And it was the first time that he could remember not having pain, but having an actual clean mouth. So I just want to commend you for the work that you do and for the services that you provide for the people who are looked over and looked past in this community. And I wish you would have been able to stay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, space just got away from us, as you know, and we appreciated all that you provided for us as we started and grown, but keeping up with the growth is what we're here to do. And so thank you so much for all that you did provide to Gift from the Heart. Thank you.
Thank you both. Anyone else? I might have been making a note when Councillor Rowley, when you answered Councillor Rowley's question, does the mobile unit still come to Brighton?
It will be, yes,
Okay.
yes, and hopefully maybe to its old location in the parking lot across the street. So yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Rowley.
One more. Thank you, Bev.
Yes.
Or thank you, Mayor, I guess, for allowing me to speak. The new provincial or federal, whichever, the new dental plan, have you noticed kind of a downturn now that some people are able to maybe access those benefits as well?
No, exact opposite. So we did give them the few months there for people to start to learn what the federal dental care program was about, knowing that was what was going to happen. So we were prepared for that because everybody thought it was the end all to be alls to have this. And then they soon found out that there was, copay with it. Not everybody was going to get 100%. Even with 100%, they were going to have to pay out as well. So for, a treatment, if they were getting a bunch of fillings done, they might still be asked. Somebody came in the other day and said, I had an x-ray, an exam, and one filling done, and my cost was $300, and I have 100%. So again, it's really not what it was hyped up to be. And I will tell you from doing my own combination of asking around for clients is that if you call an office and say, do you accept the CDC plan? The answer is yes. can I book an appointment? The answer is no, we've already exceeded our maximum of patients. So the number of people that they're taking is basically if you've been a patient of theirs forever and now you have this insurance, they're going to keep you on and accept that insurance because you've been a patient of theirs for a number of years, but they're not seeing new patients. So please be careful when you think that all these offices are signing up to provide CDCP patients with great dental care. That's just in our area. I had to call myself and find out for sure, but that's not happening.
Thank you both. Anyone else? Councillor Butwell? No, you're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody.
Motion is moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that the presentation from Bev Woods, gift from the heart, be received. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. And I said we have 4 presentations, but we have more than 4. Apologies. Next presentation is The Beacon, Chuck Acker.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. I have to apologize. My electronic system is this kind. And I think after watching this morning, I'm going to ask the youth at the Beacon to help me put something together for you people. Did everyone has a copy of the submission? Okay. I don't want to stand here and read it for you. I'm sure everybody has read it, but I would like to draw your attention to some parts of it. If you would like to turn to the second page, when this submission was put together for September the 20th this year, the number of visits to the Beacon were averaging 300 a month. And as it turned out, I have the latest numbers for you. Effective 31st of December, we had 5,300 visits at lunchtime, which means we prepared food for 5,300 people that came in. In the evening, it worked out to 850 of the youth came to the youth center in the evenings for a total of 6,150 visits this year. Now, what we're asking for from the town this year, the municipality, is 7,500. For the last 2 years, the municipality provided us 7,000. And the municipality has been supporting the Beacon with funding since the year 2006. And it's been every year since. Now, the salary for the Beacon is not included in this grant. Salaries are a separate issue, and they are looked after by the individuals that are receiving it. They have to go out and raise their own salary, their own donations to pay themselves. On the third page, it was the fact that we're targeting the youth from grades 7 to 12. And they are welcome to the Beacon. At lunchtime, the Beacon is open in accordance with high school. If the school's closed because of snow days or whatever, the lunchtime program is not working that day. We have to know ahead of time, basically, if the school is going to be open or not, for the volunteers that are there that day to prepare the meals for the kids. I'd like to invite all of the council to drop in at any time that we're open, especially at lunchtime. Mayor Bryan has been there. He has seen the kids, and the kids, for some reason, they just gather around him and want their picture taken with the mayor. The numbers I've given you for the attendance is up to date. We're averaging, sorry, here, 530 visits at lunchtime per month and 71 per evening per month. We're open right now 4 lunch days a week. We were open at 5, but we're a little short on volunteers to take that other day of the week. And we're open 3, we were open 3 evenings a week. The one evening, the kids were all involved with other things at the school. So we changed it and we're open Tuesday afternoons. And we have the youth coming in after school to do homework, to get help, to just to be there. And we have games, we have food, volunteers are helping the kids. We also have support from Renee. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you. Renee Schmidt is also a longtime volunteer at the Beacon. And how many organizations did you?
So we've been supported generously by the town of Brighton, especially, and the initiative for the Beacon came from the municipality of Brighton back in 2006, I believe. But we have a total, we're supported by 6 of the local churches, 10 businesses of local people, and probably about 100 different individual volunteers that donate money to keep us going. We welcome everybody. I was at one point, I was director of the Beacon for about 4 years, and we've had our ups and downs, but we welcome all youth. We are just an open door. All our volunteers are committed just to creating a nice, safe place for kids. So if there's bullying going on in the community, if there's a cold snap, it's really cold outside, there's always a warm place to go. The only criteria we have for the students who come, if they're misbehaving, if there's rude language, if there's any kind of bullying, they're politely asked to leave. But that really is a non-issue. The OPP supports us as well. We've had, in fact, this afternoon, we're meeting with an OPP community service officer who's making connections with us. And we've had a really good relationship with them in the past. So it's been a very positive thing for community where there's not a lot for youth to do over lunchtime when they come out. I know some of the local merchants were concerned when kids would be hanging around, not buying things, but just kind of hanging around downtown and creating problems there. So the days that the Beacon is open, they come in and they're expected to be polite and well behaved, and they are, and they get free food with it. So they're happy. So we appreciate your support from over the years.
Each day that we are open, we have a volunteer sits at the door. We have a little book where everybody has to sign in so we know who's there and who's not. And then when the kids leave, they sign out. And over half of the kids that come through there come up to us and thank us for what we've done for them that day, for giving them the food and whatever. And we've had occasions this winter where I have seen some youth come in, and one fellow in particular, it was cold. And I asked him, I said, "Where's your coat?" He said, "Well, my brother has it today. It's his turn." So he said, "Look, we have coats. People have donated beautiful coats. The Salvation Army are helping us. If we need coats, let them know." So we just said, take a coat, whatever you want. If it fits you, you like it, it's yours. No questions asked. We're not even going to watch you take it. And they do. And this way we can help them as well. And other people are helping us. And all our funding comes from donations. We have no provincial, federal support or anything else. So we're grateful to the people that do note, that donate for us. Our budget this coming year, it's on one of your pages there, it's $115,000 for the Beacon this year. And one of our biggest expenses, of course, is our rent, which we have to pay. There was no, if we're closed, we still have to pay it. And that's basically it for us. Like I said, everyone is welcome to come over and see us, take part in whatever you want to do. And I hope people do come over and see us. Is there any questions? We can.
Thank you both very much. I'll open the floor, and Councillor Belwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you for the presentation. I have been somewhat critical in the past. I will say that my son actually, he started grade 9 at the high school and he came over with some of his friends. He used to come to my office, but I'm so suddenly no longer cool. He went and he had a really nice lunch. He felt very comfortable. I really quizzed him. He said he felt very comfortable. I was embarrassed because you gave him gloves when he forgot his. And having been through public school where they kind of at grade 4 just don't want to wear gloves and jackets, it's not cool. I was really embarrassed thinking they probably think their parent doesn't look after them. But thank you for what you do. And I apologize for my previous harshness in previous years. Question. So you said that you're not open 5 days per week, and you just lack the volunteers. So it's not a matter of the donations, it's the volunteers?
Yeah.
No.
How many bodies do you require to open a 5th day?
Right now, we have 30 volunteers.
Mhm.
Normally, at lunchtime, we have maybe 4 volunteers working.
So a core group of 4?
One person's doing dishes, somebody's cleaning, other people are making sandwiches. We try to anticipate how many are going to be there.
Mhm.
How many were here yesterday? Oh, we had 40. Okay, so we should have 40 maybe today, and we had 50 today. So we work that way and try to keep it. And the volunteers are. I kind of coerced a couple of ladies to come and help. Well, we don't cook. You don't have to cook. You just have to help serve food. Okay, I can do that. Well, now they're cooking as well, so they're enjoying it. So we're out there to help them all if we can.
Yeah. We've been approved by the health unit and we follow all the guidelines as far as serving food and preparing food. It's prepared in safe kitchens and all that kind of thing. But yeah, it's as a lot of schools have a supervision ratio of 1 to 10,
Mhm.
and that's roughly what we do as well. In fact, there were times where in the summer in the better weather, when it was warmer, we would sometimes after about 30 kids had showed up, we'd have the others wait outside until some of them left again. And some kids just come in and eat a bit and then leave again. But yeah, the lack of volunteers, that's the issue. Just having, you want to have it at least, you know, you want to have a balance, male and female. You want to have enough people there just to maintain the good place.
Yeah. This past December, I think it was December the 18th, we had volunteers went out, raised funds from different people and purchased hats, gloves, scarves, socks, whatever. And we have a large pool table. And the table was closed that day and all the clothing was lined up, and all the youth were invited to take whatever they want. That was one of their Christmas presents from us, plus a little bag of candies.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Any other questions from members of council? Thank you both.
Thank you.
We have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that the presentation from Chuck Acker and Renee Schmidt, the beacon, be received. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. That brings us to Brighton Marine Rescue. If anyone who's following along, I note that Mr. Rodrigues from the Brighton Arts and Culture Council was to come as well. I haven't seen him show up. So with council's permission, if Des does show up, we'll allow him to do his presentation regardless of where we are in the meeting. I think that's only fair to do, and I'll just leave that motion up there to remind me I said that. Brighton Marine Rescue, gentlemen.
As it goes.
Stop playing with the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for speaking and applying for this this grant that and council members. Thank you for your consideration. I'm joined by Jeff Sedard, our deputy unit leader, and Paul Gauthier, member at large on our board. And I'll give you some background and what we're looking for and why we're asking for that. And these gentlemen can jump in with anything they can want to add, then we'll have a time for questions. So there's about 2,000 boaters that enter our waters each season, and as they're passing through, some of them don't stop in here. Our marinas are not up to par yet, but we do see a lot of traffic come through the Murray Canal. There's a lot of traffic on Lake Ontario, and we want to be able to respond to people that are in a dire place, and these are rare occurrences. We get about 15 to 25 calls per year, but by the time we're called, JRCC, the Joint Rescue Communication Center that Paul works with, they've already vetted this case, and it's a serious one, and it's something that they need help. We have SAR partners. We're working to coordinate with the master fire plan and with the CFB, both the helicopters and the HERCs. And we train with these SAR partners regularly. So you'll see us out there with the helicopters. They'll be dropping people on. Last year we had some nice pictures. It was pretty dramatic stuff. It's fun, to be truthful, and to see what they can do, the capabilities. We were asked this year. We have a floating mannequin, sort of, or a dummy. We call him Bob. Has a life jacket on it. So our SAR partners are getting to know Bob. So I was on the radio that day, and they said, "So what we're doing today? We'd like you to just go out and drop Bob off the back of your boat, and just keep going for another couple miles, and we're going to go find him." So it was pretty neat to see how efficient they were, because we had about 4 or 5 foot waves, and they tracked Bob down in about 15 minutes, just running some grid patterns, and then they dropped some smoke flares around us, things like that. So it was good to see. We had a thought from some of the more senior members on our group this year to say, if we extended our season into the spring and the fall earlier and later, we would be taking care of a more vulnerable sector just because of the temperature of the water. Now, we're not able to get our boat in and out of the water unless we use a crane from a local yacht club or so on. So we wanted to buy a trailer so that we could get this boat in the water earlier and keep it in the water till pretty well freeze up. So that's what our request is for this year, is for a trailer. So this year we kept our boat in the water late in the season, and we really questioned, because here we were about 3 weeks, we're into October. The water was cold, it was not nice out. We thought, well, we're not getting calls. What we've learned is that when we get a call early and late, it's a serious one. So this time, 2 o'clock in the morning, Thanksgiving morning, pagers went off, and we had to go all the way down to Point Petrie. Wellington had already taken their rescue boat out. And so we went 44 kilometers down. We were just about 4 or 5 kilometers or miles from the shipping channel. And this is a houseboat. Somebody had made human error, bad decisions, put themselves in a bad situation. We were able to locate them. We were in 8 or 10 foot waves, and we were able to get them back to safety, along with Cape Hope from Coburg. And so it just really highlighted the importance of extending our season, being able to help people who put themselves in a bad situation in the tougher times of the year. That's what our request is for this year. We want to thank council for their ongoing support in the past. You've offered a dock. You've offered a loan when we were making capital expenditures in the past. Before my day, Paul was involved with that. And an ongoing loan. So we're asking for between buying this trailer and some loan forgiveness and the dock. that's really why we're here. We see the potential of Brighton's waterfront is great. As this town grows, it would be really exciting to see it develop into what Trenton has maybe done with their waterfront. It's a huge untapped potential, I believe. It's my little plug from what I've seen on the water, what I've talked to other boaters, but so thank you for being a partner, and please accept our request with consideration. Gentlemen, yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Kuipers.
Time for questions?
Yeah, I'll open the floor to members of council for questions if they have any. I do want to say, had an opportunity to float on your boat back in, when was that? That was sometime in
August.
yeah, it was in the summer sometime.
Yeah.
And
I had a note in here written, say the mayor steers the ship here, and he steered the ship that day, but.
and I know Captain Hayatella, I think it was Captain Hayatella who came out with us from the fire department, Inspector McNaughton from the OPP, and Chief Brown from the paramedics came with us just to see exactly what it is your capabilities are. And it's if I hope you'll open that up to other members of council, because it's quite impressive what the boat can do, what your team can do on that boat, I should say, perhaps.
Yeah, it was our PR day, we called it, but and we had we have to get approval from the Coast Guard Auxiliary for any kind of guests on our boat, but it was actually quite welcomed, and we were glad to be able to offer that. So please take the opportunity. It's fun. You come out, you get a chance to steer the boat and bomb around and see some of the capabilities and some of the waters in the surrounding area. It's pretty cool.
And maybe if you'd been around in 1804, we wouldn't have lost the Speedy. Who knows, right?
I'm convinced we would have saved it.
I am too.
And this would be the capital of.
We'd have a whole different level of problems to worry about if that had happened, I think, today. Who has questions for members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Kuipers. Looking at your income statement from 2023, you received nothing from Quinte West. Did you receive anything in 24? And is your plan to ask them for some dollars as well?
In 2023, I think I just started, and so we did not get a grant request in for that year. Last year, I think we had $1,000 from them, from Quinte West, yes. And we will be requesting again, but we travel. Although it's interesting, we traveled all the way into Belleville on about 4 different calls this year, just because Belleville QSAR couldn't respond. They have less volunteers than we do. We have 29. They have, I think, 11, but they have a hard time filling their positions. So when they're not available, we travel right through Quinte West waters, and we towed a couple boats right into the harbor in Trenton.
Yeah, and I just to respond to your, would be nice to have a harbor like, or a marina like Quinte West does. I think we'd all agree. It'd also be nice to get a grant from the federal government the way Quinte West does, but we don't, so.
100%. Brighton is such a beautiful natural harbor, and it's really an untapped potential. As the town grows, I'm sure we'll all realize that.
Indeed. Thank you all. Councilor Rowley.
Just because you brought it up regarding upper levels of government funding, is there funding available for you for anything like that? Are those options that you look into?
So the Coast Guard Auxiliary operates entirely with volunteers. Nobody on our staff or nobody involved in our organization gets paid for anything. There's a small fuel reimbursement income that we'll receive from a call, and it's based on a time basis and the complexity of the call. But we receive no other funding. There's none available. No, it's just the nature of the Coast Guard Auxiliary. It's a standalone. You have the Coast Guard, which is the paid professionals, and we're the wannabes. But we take our job very serious. We do a lot of training. We have a unit training officer, and it's there's a lot to it. It's not the industry I grew up doing. It's easier for me to build a house, but I've really enjoyed this group of volunteers. It's a very committed group. It's a lot to learn, but it's very interesting seeing how the search and rescue operations, operating the commitment to safety and helping others. And we always like to say the life you save could be the life we're saving could be yours or somebody you know. And so we're active saving lives in the water.
Thank you for that. I know you did the self-deprecating, wannabe thing, but you do a lot of good work out there. I know you do. So thank you for that. Councillor Butwell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Kuipers. Following on Councillor Rowley's question about Quinte West, an ask for Quinte West and an ask from, I was actually going to add Prince Edward County, seeing that you service the entire area. What is the total amount of support that you've received from those municipalities? And what are you asking for this year?
Yeah, we're asking for 20,000, and that's mostly for the trailer.
Oh, no, I meant from those communities, not this.
From those?
Yes.
Because, well, Prince Edward County, first of all, they have Wellington Rescue, and then there was a Picton Rescue. So they support those communities, so they weren't able to support us. Cranley gives us $1,000 because we have the potential to travel into their waters as far as Coburg. We'll go about as far as Colborne, because from there, the Coast Guard from Coburg will take care of their waters, or we may share that or overlap, depends on who's busy or where we are. So I think it's proportionate to our location that some of the surrounding communities, Quinte West and Cranley, they'll support us a little bit, but we're really offering less of a benefit to their community than we do Brighton. I feel that we offer a lot of benefit to Brighton as a community. The 2,000 voters that come through, they'll see us active, and they take note. They've mentioned it to us in appreciation when we assist them with something that, we're glad you people do what you do, and thank you very much. And so it leaves them with good feelings about the area.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Motion is moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the presentation from Brighton Marine Rescue be received. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. And I'll note that it's 10:07 and Councillor Wheeldon has departed the chamber. Save Our Heritage Organization, Proctor Park. Anna, could you just push the, yeah, and that podium will go down.
That's okay.
Okay.
Fine. I'm tall. I am representing this morning Save Our Heritage Organization, which includes Proctor House Museum and Brighton Barn Theatre. It's a very important organization in the prospect of keeping our history alive, and mostly the history of Brighton. We have tried to get more schools involved in school tours, but it's very hard. Every year we have tours coming from Brighton Public School. We had 3 classes of grade 3, 4. And that is the only class in public school that takes pioneer history and early settlers. And that's quite a shame. So we try to make it as accessible to young people as possible. And hopefully their parents will be bringing their children by themselves. So, like I said, we're a nonprofit charitable organization. We have very high standards that we have to follow to keep our standing in that category. Everything at Proctor House is run so that we try to maintain our own facility. But our insurance for the properties this year has risen to $17,000, and that's after COVID. So we usually get our grant from the town and we're very appreciable. We haven't asked for anything more than we usually do. But a few statistics for you. Brighton Barn Theater last year had, probably around 2,000 paying customers coming into our town. We have a list of all of the restaurants and everything that they would like to visit in Brighton available for them when they book their tickets. And that's a lot of people to have in 3 weekends. The restaurants are full, which is nice. Most of this money goes that we make at the theater towards the maintenance of our property. Lower Trent owns the property. We lease it from Lower Trent Conservation Authority for $1 a year for 20-year periods. But we're totally responsible for everything up there. All of the maintenance, all of the lawn cutting, everything. So this is why it's very important to have the insurance, especially liability. It costs a lot when you have a lot of property like that you have to maintain. And just the liability for theater goers. I would, we have very stringent rules, of course, that we stick by. We have a treasurer, a bookkeeper, and an auditor. We go through the whole process and everything there is totally under control. So as usual, I would like to ask for our regular grant that we get if you see fit. I think it's a very important part of the town. Besides that, you might have to remove the house off your logo for the town. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Ritwidge. I will open the floor to members of council who have any questions. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
Pardon me?
There's so much to say.
There's so much to say. All right, my question would be, tell me a little bit more. If there's more you want to say. No. All right. It's not lost on me that this is one of the, I'll call it few attractions in Brighton that are not independent business owners. You know, we have Presqu'ile Park, but I hear people from afar talking about it.
We have people in our books, the guest book, if you go through it, we have people from Taiwan, Syria, Egypt, British Isles. One very interesting couple that came were the people from Syria and Arabia, and one brother was married to the other guy's wife. So at that time, they had never seen anything like this. They don't have access to these things. Canadians don't. A lot of Canadians don't have access to a heritage home to see how people lived in those days because they're all privately owned now.
Absolutely. And going in and out of those homes myself, I can tell when I call it when the home is on its last owner.
Yeah,
That's when they go downhill
Yes.
and they reach that point of no return, that it's the cost to bring them back is just prohibitive. And
Well,
they're lost. And once they're lost, they're gone.
well, I've had people say, why do you have a reserve fund, which we have built back? I said, well, we're totally responsible. Can you imagine if we got dry rot in the basement or anything like that? We have to do it or let it go to rot. So it's just a big job. I've been there since 1998 as a member, and I've been president since 2007. Because people don't want the responsibility. They don't want the time that it takes. And it's almost a full-time job. Feeling. Yeah.
Very obviously. Just being caretaker of an old girl like that.
Pardon me?
Just being caretaker of an old girl like that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So,
And all of our volunteers are just so great.
and
So.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
make that point that it's a cultural asset to the community, and there's proactive things to do, and then there's reactive, and more you're being pushed into a reactive position because of the cost of things. So I just wanted to make that point. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor, to Good morning, Anna.
morning.
So basically your 12,000 this year will not cover your insurance to
No.
keep the building going.
No, but after you, like when I sit here and I see all of the very important things medically, so forth, we haven't asked for anything more. No. We can afford the extra, hopefully. Yeah.
And I'd like to, well, go ahead. I'll let Ann.
Councillor Butwell.
Thank you. Anna, Anna. Sorry, it led into your comment. So the 12,000 was for an additional furnace, was it not?
No,
Wasn't it for the second? Oh, am I going back too many years?
Yeah.
There were two 12,000 asks, were there not previously for two additional? Heating units?
No, we replaced that with our reserve fund, the $22,000 furnace in the winter, and
That's
the
right.
one $8,000 one in the barn. Both of them went.
Okay.
And we had to pay for that during COVID.
Okay,
So, yeah,
okay.
and it was done.
I think our grant has always been to help subsidize your insurance, as I recall, or at
It's
least in
subsidized, yes.
the last 10 years or so. That's my recollection. So to that, I guess I'll say thanks for keeping it at 12, given
Well,
that your insurance is now at 17.
We're not here to make money from the town. We're
Yeah.
here to, have the town help us, and we can help ourselves with the rest. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. And to echo Councillor Butwell, it's an important heritage asset, cultural heritage
It is a
asset in our
very
community.
important
Yeah.
one. Very, very.
Are you members of the Ontario Museums Association?
Yes, oh
Thank you.
yes, we have been since we opened. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Butwell.
Thank you again, and I'm going to cede it. I jumped in front of you there. Did you want to? No. Darn it. Hold
Don't you
on.
hate it when that
That's what
happens?
I've been doing.
It
for
happens a
years.
lot. Too many balls in the air. My point was going to be, I can't remember. Give me a moment.
Councillor Rowley.
Okay, so going back to our council meeting just about last week, where we were talking about designating historical homes, and I'm guessing that Proctor House is on that. So I would imagine that ties your hands as well too, as far as
It is
maintenance and replacing
designated,
things.
yes.
It
Mhm.
does
Like
ma-
we take part in Doors Open Ontario when it's our turn, and all of the events that we have to, but we don't really have to, but we do. Yeah.
Thank you both. Didn't come back.
Why
You
don't
can
ask
you
me?
can send everyone an email when you
Give
remember.
me a phone call.
Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering, it doesn't look like your ticket price has increased in a while. How long have you been keeping it at the
We
$20?
raised that, the new price, the $20
Yeah.
a ticket. We raised it 2 years ago
2 years ago.
after COVID.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
and we have, the reason, this is all part of the nonprofit charitable.
Mhm.
We have a lot of seniors come to our place, and a lot of seniors don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And we're not there to make a fortune, just to maintain ourselves and the property. And that's what it's all about. But we have the seniors come from all over, Port Hope, Coburg, Trenton, Alval. We've had one pair of ladies that have come to every production we've had at the barn.
Nice.
Everyone, and they're from Roseneath.
Very nice.
So-
Thank you.
Councillor Butwell. She wrote it down this time.
I wrote it down as soon as it went in, and then it went out, and I went, oh, good
It's
thing I wrote it
back.
down. The other thing I wanted to comment that I think you're really doing right is with respect to the committee itself, having the bookkeeper, the treasurer, and the auditor. So
Those
often
Stringent rules.
stringent rules.
We have to have.
Absolutely.
We also have to have 3 signers,
Mhm.
and only they can sign.
Mhm.
And no one can go in and take cash out of those 3 signers.
Mhm.
You can't get cash out of our bank account, even if it's ours.
Yeah.
So everything's locked down as tight as I could get it, so.
Yeah. And having been a part of rebuilding a local not-for-profit or local group, what I have found is that it's a really difficult hurdle to overcome, moving from the older way of doing things, which is handshakes and trust and community, into a more legitimate proper procedure. And so having looked at your records
Mhm.
and the fact that they're audited statements, or you have an auditor working on them, I do appreciate that very
We do-
much.
Oh, we have to have,
Yeah.
we have to have our books audited
Yeah.
by a, well, we have Welch and Company.
Right.
And have had for years.
Yeah.
And like I said, it would be terrible if anything ever did happen and the place had to close, I think. But I could tell you a funny story if you're interested. We had the grade 3, 4 classes come in, and there were 3 groups, and they totaled 61 over the day. And one of our volunteers had one that just would not shut up, and he started yelling. And all of a sudden, when they were upstairs, everything went quiet. And she looked, and he had stuck his head between the banisters that went up to the Belvedere. And his friends were trying to pull him out by his head. And I mean,
Happy to tell you it was not me.
no, no, and things like that. That's why we have the insurance.
And thus the need for liability insurance. Yes.
Them pulling on his head. Funny.
Thank you for that. Are any other questions? I just want to make, this is just a general comment. It's not necessarily about this particular grant, but the other 2 rural schools aren't able to come because of the cost of busing. Busing is prohibitively expensive
Yes.
for these smaller schools to raise funds for and bring down. As you all know, my spouse works in one of those rural
I know.
schools, and they spend more time trying to figure out how to get kids from A to B so that they can participate in things just in our own community. It's truly unfortunate. You know, we offer,
It is.
the municipality offers free ice time
It is.
for all the schools.
And yeah.
Brighton
Can't.
Public, of course, can, because they can walk, to, but they have to choose. They have to choose whether they're going to go to skating or whether they're going to go to Proctor House or whether they're going to participate in an educational session down in Presqu'ile.
That is.
And the cost to go to Presqu'ile, you'd think they were driving to Rochester. I mean, I know it's halfway
Oh,
there,
yeah.
but still.
Definitely. No, we understand that. It's very hard. We used to have them, but they just can't come anymore, which is a shame really because of the cost of the busing. And
So if there's any service clubs out there raising money right now and the sound of my voice,
Yes.
busing for the rural schools is something that they
Yes.
will never ask for because the parents like to take these things on themselves, but
the
certainly would
last-
be something good to
the
offer.
last tours we've had, the parents haven't come.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are working. Both are working, so
Yeah, 2 and 3 jobs. Yeah, thank you very much.
thank you.
The motion reads that council receive the presentation from the Save Our Heritage organization. Is there a mover? Councillor Rowley and a seconder, Councillor Butwell. Discussion, all in favor? Go ahead.
Sorry, I did want to ask another question. Well, maybe make another comment. I think, Lower Trent benefits as well from you, Anna, as far as the fact, yes, you only lease for $1 a year. However, the dollars that you put into maintaining their property and keeping it up to a standard that we here in Brighton can be proud of, it's a wonderful thing. It would be nice if at some point maybe Lower Trent could recognize that and maybe kind of cost share a little bit too. I know their funds are tight as well. It's not about history for them, but I'm sure they save you a lot of money.
So the people can't hear that, but I said, what we're hearing is that the Lower Trent does offer in-kind services from time to time. Yeah. So from a outdoor maintenance perspective, they will help out for that kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Wright.
Being on the Lower Trent board, I can also say that their budget is constantly a struggle, and offering, $1 a year is a pretty generous thing as well.
More rent than we get paid from our basement dweller. So there you go. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. And sunny days.
can still walk after sitting up.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, staff too, I guess, are present. Sunny Days Group Program, #1 Yonge Street, centrally located program for disabled adults, a day program. I'm Jim Emtich, Deanna Opstein, 2 of the 4 directors, volunteer, unpaid directors, which is required under the laws of Canada for a registered charity. The volunteers, board of directors, our staff are paid who run the program, but that's the basic structure. But before we go much further, to make sure you have the proper grant application, do I push this? No, it's good. To make sure you have the proper grant application for this year, it's a package, all the documents included. It's for improving our accessibility of the building. A chairlift from the 1st to the 2nd floor, and to make the lower kitchen a little bigger so a person in a wheelchair can get in there and help bake or stir pots and then get out again. It's a little too narrow for a wheelchair. So those are the 2 elements we're seeking support for. Chairlift to the top floor and expand our lower kitchen. Now, I think I'd like to open up, and I believe we have it here, or you have accessibility to a small movie made very recently by Loyalist film students about our program, and then I'll continue after that if we may.
Thank you, Mr. Emtich. We'll just look to our dedicated tech staff here to see what we can find.
Scoot closer in and sit next to me while I tell you the story of my friend Macy. She's a fun, loving kid, much like you and me, but she also quite different, a great thing to be. Cameron, it's fun, and I get to see my friend. Playing, hide and go seeking and stuff, or
what do you like to do most?
sit with my friend and talk.
We are in Brighton, Ontario. Sunny Days is a group program for adults with special needs. It is a place where they learn life skills and social skills.
Every one of them is so special. You come into the building and they smile at you, and it just warms your heart. And seeing them accomplish things and just really live life. They're out enjoying and navigating the town and getting to know everybody.
The challenges of parents and the needs of these young people are great. For my daughter, Sarah, it's to have fun and do things with people other than her parents. If it wasn't for a program like Sunny Days, she would be alone in her room watching television. So Sunny Days broadens that out greatly. They're seen around the community. They're going to all these different events and activities. They're seen in the grocery store, at the bowling alley, at the library, like you've heard. And just getting out and about, I think, is so good for Sarah. And also in a group, a peer group. She makes friends here. And so that's an important service, the social aspect.
Sunny Days has touched my life. They make me smile. I'm so happy to be here with them. They mean a lot to me. I love to see them function every day, to see their friends, to be happy. It just brings a lot of joy.
Every one of them is so special. This is why I do this. And seeing them accomplish things and just really live life. They're out enjoying and navigating the town and getting to know everybody.
Once they graduate from high school and they become an adult, 18, services drop off greatly. It's often through programs created by the parents of these children that are the only service available in town. And also be in community with other parents with disabled adults. It doesn't feel so lonely. We share stories, and many of them are nearly identical from one family to another, similar challenges and problems, etc. So it's good to have company on a difficult road.
Sunny Days needs to be here. They come out of high school and have nothing to do and nowhere to go after high school. So we created Sunny Days to give them purpose after school. They need to come here to be social, to make friends, to learn life skills. So that way they can continue on and have something to do and look forward to every day.
My dream is that we'll continue to grow, that we'll have over at night respite as well as supportive housing. I have another 10, 15 years, hopefully. My question's always been, who's going to be here? I would really like for Sunny Days to be established enough to be here for him.
What keeps you going is belief in the value of the day program we run, but the bigger dream of assisting families and disabled adults. The aging parents won't be here forever. Where are they going to go when we're no longer able to care for them? Maybe too old, or maybe they passed away, dead. So to do what you can to reassure yourself that there will be people and services to care for our children once we leave this world.
Donations in the past have helped us buy this building.
We run on donations and pay per use. But the members can only afford to pay so much per day because it's all passport funding that they get through the government. Everything else is fundraising and donations. We cannot function without them.
A few dollars, but every few dollars counts. And it's a valuable contribution to these families and the disabled adults, but it's also a very valuable contribution to the community.
Be fearless like Macy and choose to embrace all that you are, so others will see that different is truly a great thing to be.
No crying in council, just a rule. Carry on.
Yes, and let me just say that I think this film program at Loyalist College is always looking for opportunities in the field for their students to learn. And we were so pleased with the collaboration. I'd like to put in a plug for the Loyalist film program. Our funding is really of two types. One is the membership, the fees that the parents and guardians pay. That covers basically the program, our staff that run the program. All other capital improvements, major purchases like the van coming from the Ontario Trillium Foundation, major capital improvements like the one we're asking for today to increase the accessibility of the building, that's all done through grants and fundraising. And you've been generous in the past. We ask you to be generous again. We're asking for the full 20,000. There's the budget included. The 20,000 would cover the chairlift and expanding the lower kitchen. And we would be left with a rather modest amount out of our savings. I think it was 2,500 or 3,000, whatever. It's all in your package. If you have the right package, it is the chairlift and the expanding of the kitchen. There was some question about whether last year's package was being redistributed. No, this is a brand new request for One Yonge Street, which the group program owns. And of course, Deanna and I are open to any questions or comments.
Thank you. I will open the floor to members of council for questions. I just want to say you have an incredible group of volunteers and employees and an incredible group of clients who always make me feel so very welcome when I'm there. You're just a good group, honestly. Questions from members of council. Councilor Routley.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm sorry for the confusion. It was me who messed up my book, and I thought I didn't have the proper paperwork. Are you able to apply under any AODA funding to help with accessibility, as we know that that's a big requisite from the government? Are there funding, or could we help, would staff know that if we have funding programs available? I know staff is busy enough, but Just wondering if something that would fall under that could get help with. And I'm guessing that you also use other local grant and funding programs. I'm thinking of Brian Todd. Yeah.
Yes,
So-
our website lists pretty much all of our donators and, but is that a provincial grant for accessibility?
I don't know that there are any, but
I
so
know
that's, these are all good questions that,
we have to explore, we have to look into it.
but there's we're looking at a CIP program for accessibility, and I don't know if these folks would qualify. I imagine you pay property taxes at that building, so I imagine they would qualify for that CIP program when we get it actually developed, hopefully in the not too distant future. But all good questions when we deliberate the grants and aid. Right now, we're just focusing on questions of clarification for sunny days, so I'll focus on that if we can. Anyone else? Thank you both. Oh, sorry, Councillor Botwell.
Thank you very much. I got to be bigger, I guess. So having volunteered with you in the past, I've been able to experience firsthand your members and your parents, and you do fill a need in the community that is not filled by anybody else. And a measure of a community is how it treats its most vulnerable. I would also assert that it's not just the participants, the members, the kids who are most vulnerable, but also the parents who are trying their best to make sure that their children are looked after. It is. So I actually had a question kind of relating to that. So knowing that we're all not spring chickens anymore, is there an actual plan to like a regeneration and attrition plan for knowing that there's going to be a time when the parents who sit and are the most active with the group can start handing over to the next group of parents or whomever? Is there a plan in place for that?
We're constantly looking for new volunteers and new directors, and it's an ongoing process. We've had a couple of new members come in and on the board, but we're always looking for more.
Yeah,
because it is that kind of an organization where things cannot always just stay the same. You have to expand and you have to renew. And like the provincial governments haven't really given us any indication that they're going to take up like the torch for us or anything. And we have had conversations with now Inclusion Northumberland and tried to amalgamate into that kind of a structure too, but we haven't gotten too far because we have very different mandates. They are more individual service where we are a group because we find our individuals need social and connection after high school because they are so isolated. So to have like individual services is good, but what we need mostly is to get them together so that they know that they're not the only one, right?
Yeah. Right. Okay, thanks.
Yes, just to let the group know, of the 4 current directors, we're all parents of a disabled adult. And the lived experience brings a lot to our directorship, but we can feel it wearing out a bit and looking for new, fresh blood on the board of directors. And I don't think it has to be someone with a disabled adult. I think somebody who's probably in maybe business management or some other helpful aspect from their
new eyes.
Yeah, we're open to if you have names and suggestions, contact us.
Thank you for that, Councillor Botwell.
A quick follow-up and tailing on to Councillor Rowley's question about additional fundings or grants. There are people who are in this community who are very adept at searching out grants and donating their time to assist in the writing process. And I have somebody in mind who may be able to help you see if there are other opportunities, because I know that you probably have a long shopping list of things that you'd like to be able to get done. And the more that you can secure outside funds from elsewhere, the more that you can actually do with your own.
Just to give you a hint about the long shopping list going forward, we would love to establish an overnight respite program where we currently are for parents who want to go away for the weekend. But our bigger dream somehow, someday, is staffed supportive housing for disabled adults in Brighton. So then you're talking very large federal grants and things, if you're millions of dollars, but we're a long way from that, but we do dream big. And any name you can put forward, any contacts, with helping with, federal, provincial, municipal grants or foundations, we're welcome. We'll take the
We're
guidance.
welcome anything. Just like as a future thing for people to understand the numbers that we're talking about, we have 29 members, and that's not including the people that are in the LLS classes that are going to reach 18 and are going to be in our community. So they're full too. So we have a larger number than what most people realize.
And with Brighton growing at whatever, 15, 16% a year, some of those often retired people moving to Brighton will have in tow a disabled adult child. And we hope to welcome them as well going forward.
Thank you all. Councillor McCausland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. How many people do you guys employ for support, I guess, staff?
We have 3 full-time staff and a part-time staff at the moment.
Thank you both. Thank you all. Anyone else? The deputy clerk has offered to send you information on grants that are available outside the municipal sector. And if you go to the county website, Northumberland County website, the grant writer for Northumberland County puts out a weekly, I think, email about the grants that are coming up and available. So I know I see that. I think it's every week. It hits my inbox. Is that the one you were talking about? So there you go.
Thank you very much.
And that will be an automatic hit to your inbox.
You have our email address. Sure. Thank you. I'm sure you do.
Thank you both.
Okay.
The motion
Council
reads, you're welcome.
Staff.
The motion reads that council receive the presentation from Sunny Days Group Program. Is there a mover? Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. It is 10:44. Before we get into department presentations, I think we'll take a 10-minute recess. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 10:58. I'll call the meeting back to order. I will note that Councillor Butwell has had to step out to take a few phone calls, but she will be returning. And I would like to ask that Des Rodrigues from the Presqu'ile Waddling Arts Centre and the Brighton Arts and Culture Council join us for a presentation. Just push the button in front of you and now make
I
your
didn't
bad
know we
dad
were
joke.
starting out with a bit of karaoke. This is wonderful. There you go. Okay. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and municipal dignitaries that are here today. I'm very proud to represent our full delegation behind me of directors from the BACC, and I'll elaborate for just quickly in 10 minutes is a short period of time for somebody who likes to talk like myself. In the span of a very 2 short years, funding from the municipality has accorded us the opportunity as a Brighton Arts and Culture Council to deliver many activities and supporting artistic endeavors within the municipality. Things like our signature event, which would be Art in the Park, in which in our second year, I think we drew quite a few people and have now it's become fairly well known in drawing people, not only the residents, but people from outside of the municipality to the downtown core. Also, our gala, in which we had in late August, we drew a very good crowd. And we also held workshops, reached out to the student, the ENSS for juried art shows. So we utilized all the funds that were coming to us in a very productive way. And then I guess about 4 months ago, our intention was always to open up a gallery, probably more down the road than not. The perfect spot came up. And so even though we were uncertain, we kind of equated it to possibly having a child where you can think it through for years and years. Eventually you just say, you know what, this is a great opportunity. Let's move forward. It's all going to work out. So in saying so, we acquired 23 Main Street under the name of the Presqu'ile Waddling Arts Center. We do have our namesake here, Ron Waddling, who is, I think everybody knows and recognizes the what he's contributed, not only artistically, but to the community as an activist and pillar within the municipality of Brighton. So since opening in December 12th, I think we've had, if I can check my note here for a sec, we've had 178 guests. So we've done very good traffic. Our membership went from 64 members up to 99. So anybody looking to become the Centurion member, it's open. That alone shows that the interest and the spark for what's happening in having the center open. And the reason we called it an art center, not an art gallery, if you become a member of the BACC, a lot of galleries look at 2 things, your bio, so how many other galleries have you been in, and what your skill sets are. That's not the way we operate. If you're a member of the BACC, you have an opportunity now, a way of encouragement that you can now display your art in a gallery type setting. So very encouraging for the people and the members that are joining. Some of the things that we will be looking for in hopes of getting the grant would be things like we are looking at peer mentoring through the different schools, using volunteer hours for the students to man some of the volunteer work at the center. And again, just so everyone knows, we are a not-for-profit incorporation. So in saying that, in many grants, provincially and federally, are not accorded to us until we are 2 years post-incorporation. So we are investigating, and anybody that knows us recognizes that we're on the ball for everything. So we don't miss out on anything. We've been looking at all grants that are applicable to us. One of our directors is working extremely hard in tracking all that down. But again, there is a lapse here in which we are going to be applicable for possible other grants down the road. We are offering during March break a youth camp in which parents that are possibly still at work and not at home to be able to watch their kids for March break will have an opportunity to send them to a youth camp at the center. One thing I want to mention, we have a young entrepreneurial couple, please put your hands up there, who stepped up and are now going to be opening a refreshment bar, coffee bar within the Arts Center. Again, we want to really make it a mecca for downtown Brighton, not only as a tourist destination, but a social economic a spot in which people can gather. In the summertime, there'll be umbrellas and tables. We're going to have to talk to your planning department about getting an outside patio, but things like that to draw people to the downtown core. Some other things that we're looking at as well right now, we're doing 4 to 5 workshops a month. So that is drawing in a lot of people, a lot of members, and you can take that workshop even if you're not a member. We're having monthly music jams. We're going to be having a rock camp, if anybody's ever seen that on TV, for young people to learn 3 or 4 songs collectively as a group and then play on the stage at Art in the Park again, giving a little bit of support to young people who might be interested in music. Art therapy is one of the things that we're going to be looking at, and one of our members, our Vice President Serena, is looking at getting certified as far as providing art therapy for armed forces personnel and first responders that might be suffering from diagnoses such as PTSD. Native art, we're now in the process of securing our first Native artist at the center. So we're reaching out and trying to make inroads with the Native community as well. Seniors programs, we've been in touch with the Brighton Retirement Living, but as well Applefest and Maplewood Lodge as well, to get seniors to bring them in, or even for us to do, go into the centers where they are to provide artistic programs. We're having juried art shows during the year. And for Family Day, we're doing, having a family day where we're going to have movies, popcorn, again, and opportunities for families to be involved with the process. So this is just a handful of things. I've probably been close to my 10 minutes. And I asked for, very, your consideration in the grant that we did. And obviously we did step up quite a bit from the amounts we've asked for before, but our goals are as lofty as you can imagine. It's all volunteerism. We've done all of this truly out of the goodness of our heart and to provide Brighton, the community of Brighton, not only the town of Brighton, but the municipality of Brighton, a mecca again downtown in which people can gather, a tourist destination, and just to create an ambiance in downtown Brighton that it needs a little bit of a spark right now. So I thank you for this opportunity, and if anyone has any questions, I'm open, except for asking when I had a haircut last.
I'm guessing 1978, but I'm not sure.
You're pretty close. Yeah.
Thank you, Des. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And the work that you and your team have done in the short period of time is incredible. It's one of the things that I think is really helped put downtown on the map, and certainly rejuvenating our arts and culture in the community has been just nice to see.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Appreciate it,
Thank
Mayor.
you for
Thank
that.
you.
Questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councilor Rowley.
Really kind of funny. Des, do you teach penmanship? Because I know a lot of people that could really learn from this here. It's great handwriting you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think she's looking for an actual answer, are you? The $20,000 you're asking for, what would that be directed to?
Outside of, obviously, we have expenditures because even though we're a not-for-profit, we have to operate, and we do at the strictest. We're extremely frugal in regards to how we run our business, because having now an art center downtown it's operated like a business. We're on the lease. We operated in every form like that. So it would be for expenditures. And again, many of these programs I just discussed are ones we actually have scheduled and moving forward with that are depleting our funds. So it's to carry on with everything that I talked about and adding on to that as much as possible. And again, we're always open for the center being recognized, whether it's for meetings, and we are utilizing that right now. DBIA is using our center for meetings. So in any way we can be part of the community and have people recognize, it's more than, because that's why, again, we're not naming it a gallery, it's the center. It's somewhere within the municipality that we want everyone to be able to utilize for a meeting space, you know, a Jack and Jill, whatever the case might be, that it's a place that people can make a destination for whatever their plans might be.
Yeah, don't look at me for Jack and Jill, pal. Those days are done. Any other questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor McCausland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For your extracurricular, I'm going to call it activities that are run outside of your arts facility, do you charge for the programs that you run? Like you said you were going to have a March break program.
Right.
Is there a fee for that, or the extracurriculars that you want to start?
So we review everything, again, based on finances. So many of the activities we provide, we do not charge fees for. So if it's family related, if we do it, it's so minimal, it's more so just to secure someone saying they're gonna, you know, a lot of times if you're having a party, if you charge $10, they're more likely to show up because they're paying $10 than not. So most of the time it's extremely minimal. So we look again at everything is based on finances with us. Thank you.
Thank you both. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Rodrigues. We appreciate your time. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the presentation from Des Rodrigues, Presqu'ile Waddling Arts Centre, Brighton Arts and Culture Council be received. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. I will note that Councillor Butwell returned to the chamber at 11:07. Okay, that was the community grants and aid presentations for those groups who wish to come and talk to us. We'll now move into department presentations. I'm advised that the CAO has told department managers that they get about 5 minutes. I will remind Director Walsh of that when it's his turn. I also know that during the presentation, there's going to be a bit of an introduction to your department to help at least one member of council who may not be as aware of the ongoing operations in the municipality, what we're doing, and why we may need so much money at the end of the day to continue on our operations. So I will first turn the floor over to the CAO, who will start the general government information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The general government section includes the CAO budget, the council budget, the clerks, IT, finance and admin, and HR. So I'm going to try to cover most of that in the absence of our director of finance as well as our clerk today. I'll try to cover some of that off, and then I will turn it over for some department updates or overview. So as you know, my name is Alana Arthurs. I'm your Chief Administrative Officer. Within my department, I have a small portion of Ms. Birch that helps administratively, and that is about it for the personnel. Although you will see no change in my budget. So my role is to oversee the senior management team and be that conduit between staff and council. Provide advice to council, ensure that council's direction is carried out, so ensure that all of the departments are doing what council is expecting of them, and just general effective and efficient overview of the and running of the municipality. Also, it seems to be a role that you fill in the gaps. So right now, with our unexpected medical leave of our Director of Finance, here we are in budget. Our finance department consists of 7 employees, which includes our Deputy Treasurer, as well as our tax collector, which we're currently recruiting for, our water billing clerk, our accounts payable, some front reception. I feel like I'm missing somebody, as well as our IT department. So that is all encompassed under our finance department. You will notice in the budget, the IT department, there were some things missing in the initial draft. So there was some software that hadn't been captured, as well as some licensing for Adobe. So there has been an increase in your IT budget of about $30,000. With regard to your clerk's budget, there was an amount allocated for new desks, and I think we had some brief conversation about the impact of doing other modifications and renovations in this room. When we looked at removing paneling and adding drywall, there was a lot of other things that have to come along with it, along with sound barriers, and ensure that we do it right. So what we have done in your second budget, your second draft, is taken that $50,000 that was originally allocated to your horseshoe desks and moved it to the front counter. So that accessible counter that we had originally proposed. The $50,000 that was allocated to your horseshoe desks, that was coming out of reserves, but the front counter had $30,000 coming from reserves and $120,000 coming from tax support. So we've taken that $50,000 from the horseshoe desks, we've moved it into the front counter administration, and therefore reduced your tax support by $70,000. I'm sorry, by $50,000 to result in a $70,000 tax support. Next year, potentially 2026 or maybe even 2027, we'll look at a full renovation for this room, which would include those desks. It just doesn't make sense at this point to go forward until we take a look at the entire project as a whole to renovate the council chambers. I think that's really it for the budget changes under the general government department. I will turn it over to your deputy clerk, Jessica Pauley, who can just speak to the clerk's department, and following that, Jennifer Smith to do HR.
Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. The clerk's department, and sorry, mainly to Ms. Councillor McCausland so that she can learn about all of us. We've had many conversations anyways, so she has a general idea, but I'll give a quick overview. For staff in the clerk's department, there's obviously the municipal clerk, myself, as well as a legislative coordinator. We all work very collaboratively and help each other. And we're set up in a way that we can all back each other up when needed. The clerk's department provides customer service and statutory services to the public, council, committees, other departments, and external agencies. A few of the key activities include council secretariat, council and committee preparation, retention of agendas and minutes, bylaws, records management for the corporation, elections, issuing and registering of marriage licenses, burial permits, and death registry. We're also responsible for Mount Hope, the municipal cemetery, and all of the sales records and administration involved there. We issue and report for lottery licenses. We receive and provide freedom of information services. And we act as commissioner of oaths for anybody who needs documents such as that. As far as our role, as much as that's a quick little snippet, it's quite long list of things that we would be responsible for. Many legislations have responsibilities under them that require the clerk or the clerk's office. A few of these include the AODA, Municipal Act, Marriage Act, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection Act, the Planning Act, and the Vital Statistics Act, amongst probably another 100. So I think that the role of the clerk is quite large, and not everybody knows the full extent of what we do. But that's just a quick little snippet of what we do on a regular basis.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Manager Smith.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My department, there's one of us. I'll just speak in multiple names here. It's predominantly inward facing, supporting all staff with the municipality. So just a brief description of what we are. I am responsible for. It's a team. Recruitment and selection, orientation and onboarding of permanent, part-time, seasonal, and volunteer firefighters, assisting people leaders with employee development, training, performance management, labor relations management, liaising with our QP local, contract negotiations, job evaluation and compensation, benefits management, maintaining employee training records, disability leave management, including managing work-related injuries through WSIB, accommodations and return to work plans, legislative requirements such as stats CAM reporting, pay equity compliance, ESA compliance, Employment Standards Act compliance, health and safety. I do sit as a management rep on our Joint Health and Safety Committee, employee exits, retirements, resignations, and others. And I also sit as a member of our social committee as well. The department has a really small budget. It's mostly comprised of wages and benefits, so the numbers always look terrible. But this number also includes the addition of a shared position this year with finance, a benefits, payroll, and HR coordinator. That will help with a lot of the administrative needs in the department. Many of the expenses in HR, such as recruitment advertising, is absorbed through the individual departmental budgets. Other variations to the budget come from realization of just true numbers since this department's inception in mid-2022. The largest budget items you'll see include expenses for employee training, consultant and/or legal fees, which we hold in there. They're not always utilized, but if they're needed, they're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Smith, to you and your team. Questions from members of council on the general government specific to the budget. We won't ask questions about the overview. That was extra special, but if there's questions on the budget for general government, now's the time to ask, and especially to the change that was noted, which is $50,000 being allocated out of the renovations to this room to the accessible reception area. So I'll turn the floor over to the very best fire chief in the province of Ontario, Chief Thompson.
Yeah, thanks for no questions and all your support. No.
You can just ask him, by the way, he'll tell you.
Okay, so through you, your worship, to council. So we do Brighton Fire and Rescue has 2 stations. We have 48 volunteers, and we run our last year was our highest call volume of 485 calls, which is up about 13%. Surprisingly, a lot of that wasn't what you would think. It wasn't fires or medicals. It was auto extrication type calls. So each storm we get, we seem to add a few calls. We got 8 large vehicles in our fleet, 2 half tons, 2 ATVs. So we have a UTV, which was used quite a bit during the 2022 storm that we had on Christmas Eve. Our revenues, if we do charge revenues, we do get paid to go on the 401 for most of our calls. And our insurance for out of town people that have accidents, we bill their insurance companies so that our ratepayers don't have to pay for their mistakes. And our burn permits are around 20,000. So all total and said is around 128,000 if we can collect it all from the insurance company. So that was a win for us. Going to the budget portion, so we did up our annual income a little bit, our revenues, we did up that, and we reduced the contract services by 25,000 because of a prorated software that we're going to get. We were supposed to get it in January. We probably won't get it till the second quarter, so we did reduce that. Again, no fire department is any good without good people. We do have an amazing team. We have 48 volunteers with 2 stations, so 1 department with 2 stations. And we have a waiting list, which is unheard of in the province. So it's recruitment and retention of volunteers is a struggle across the country and the province, and we're in a good position here in Brighton. Like I said, our call volume was up 13%. Majority of our budget is wages and benefits, percentage increase. And overall material and equipment costs. So everything goes up, seems to be 5% in February of each year for fire protection equipment. And the labor cost of a emergency vehicle technician to come in and work on our fire trucks, they're charging everything right now, right down to the meals. So mileage and meals and everything seems to increase quite a bit. So we do have a strategy in place for that in the future to try to reduce that cost. And fire training. So the mandatory certification training that the province brought out, we're in really good shape for that right now. We're about 80% complete and we still have a year and a half to get there. So our guys do a lot of training and they do it well. And my deputy has been just like a little pit bull trying to get everything in order, and he's done an amazing job. Pretty much that's all I got, unless you got some questions.
Questions for the fire chief? Chief, you noted that you increased the revenue line from the last time to this. Can you give us a number?
Yeah, so
Maybe you did already, but I didn't.
Oh, I did. Your worship, you're right. So we went from 50,000 to 75,000.
Condition.
And we reduced contracts, rental and lease agreements from 30,000 down to 25. Just a little history on that. So what that includes is we've redone our numbers here a bit. So that's like internet, pest control, first aid inspections, Lake Ridge Health, our annual healthcare provider for our medical directives, radio communications, alarm systems, that kind of thing. What we've done is consolidate both stations into one line item. So we did move some money around to get where we're at. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. We'll move over to, oh, sorry, any questions before I switch gears here? Move over to health services. I understand Manager Blatensky is going to provide that update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Council, Madam CEO, and fellow colleagues, and Wayne from the DBIA. For those people that don't know me, my name is Danny Blatensky. I am the Manager of Operations and Facilities, which includes fleet, custodial services, crossing guards as well. We currently have 24 staff members between the three departments. And operations plays a vital role in enhancing the quality of life for residents by ensuring efficient and effective infrastructure and services. Our facilities department include 5 municipal buildings: 67 Sharp Road, our operations center; 35 Alice Street, administrative building; 170 Main, Brighton Health Services Center; 50 Chatton Road, Hilton Hall; and 71 Chatton Road, our satellite operations yard. The facilities department is responsible for the maintenance and construction of all interiors and exteriors, HVAC systems, electrical, plumbing, and security. To effectively maintain and improve these facilities, it is important to focus on both routine maintenance and innovative construction approaches. Fleet has approximately 70 active units. Within those units, Brighton has incorporated 3 electric vehicles and 8 charging stations into our fleet. This will help reduce our carbon footprint, reduce fuel costs, and support a sustainable future. That being said, we'll just move on to the budget area. Health services, the AC and heater units, there's 3 on top of the roof at 170 Main Street. We're proposing $190,000, which is an increase of $30,000, which is tax-supported expenditures, which is inclusive of $100,000 from reserves. This increase was determined by further updated costs as well as new refrigerant standards. If I may carry on with buildings. North Garage maintenance and repairs, we are going to be reducing the budget from $15,000 to $5,000. Hilton Hall maintenance and repairs will be reducing from $15,000 to $10,000, which is a reduction of 5. 21 Kingsley demolition proposed was $50,000. We're proposing a reduction of $35,000 after receiving initial quotes. The office renovations increased office space at 67 Sharp Road. We proposed $25,000. After further review, we're going to be reducing it by to $20,000, so a reduction of $5,000. By doing that, we'll be completing a lot of facilities in-house, as such drywall, materials, framing, insulation, to help reduce those costs. Public Works. Reductions. We conducted a thorough evaluation of the roads needs, and we have pinpointed some areas of improvements to the 2025.
Manager Platensky, I think we're going to switch over to Manager Gooding for this. No, you're okay? Carry on.
Okay.
Sorry,
No,
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If I could just ask a question, I see us all flipping in our books. Where are we in our?
Right. Can you provide us a page number? Or from the, I guess, the original budget, and these would be changes, CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you take a look at the summary sheets that were provided in this package, they aren't in order. I apologize. The health services that jumps to Public Works, we just, because it's all covered by the same manager, we had it together. So not sure if you have the page number there. You will notice too, in some of these, when you follow along, some of the numbers may not look as we're speaking, because a lot of the summary pages are other rates or other expenditures that are combined. So you can then go back to that second draft that was just provided to you in the details, but we're probably going to go faster than you would be able to keep up to switch back and forth. So certainly if there's questions, we can always go back to that, but those summary pages won't outline specifically the changes that we're speaking about. Do we have a page number? If everybody else can look at your page number, so when it comes to you, you're ready. It's hard to see. That's probably why. It's printed right here. And my eyesight isn't that great at the best of times. Goodness for the young people.
Young eyes. Well, yes, you did. You did mean to interrupt, and that's okay.
45.
My older daughter would say it's okay to take up space. She reminds her mother of that far too much. Carry on, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as I was saying, the 2025 road rehabilitation program outlines 3 double surface treatment roads that we're recommending to defer to 26 and to 27 for the following reasons of a potential EDR route from the province, as well as budget constraints. The change would be Telephone Road, Middle Ridge Road, and Whites Road.
What's the dollar value?
Bear with me. Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't have it in my book where it should have been the actual dollar value, but I'd be happy to supply that at a later date if you allow.
Do you know what the change is? That's what I'm looking for. How much by removing those, what's the decrease?
Here we go. Actually, I do have it. I just can't see it. So for Whites Road, it's quite small. My apologies. $77,000. Telephone Road, approximately 343,440.
That's approximate.
Approximate.
Got it. 27 cents.
And Whites Road is approximately $32,000.
Middle Ridge. You said Whites was 77.
Yes, Middle Ridge is 32. My apologies.
And those are all decreases in the first draft, from the first draft. Okay. CAOs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Manager of Operations and Facilities, those are all coming out of reserves, correct? None of that was tax supported. Is that correct?
Through you, Ms. Ray, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you just won't see that on your bottom line. It's just because it's not tax supported.
Understood. Thank you for that. Any questions for the Manager of Operations and Facilities? Go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. And Danny, just because I didn't hear everything you said, so we're removing this from this year's budget, regardless of that there would be a tax increase or not. Is that going to put us farther behind the 8 ball again, as far as not catching up on roads? Because we seem to be playing catch up all the time. And I'm just wondering how much more catch up can we afford over the next year or two?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Councillor Rowley. To be quite honest with you, we have caught up quite considerably. With these roads here, after further review with Telephone Road, for example, there are options that we can implement other than surface treatment for the time being until the province figures out if this is going to be EDR route or not. We don't want to throw hundreds of thousands of dollars on this road for the province to turn around and say, we're going to asphalt the road and spend a lot more than that. So in the meantime, we would be in-house doing base repair, asphalt testing, as well as alternatives to the surface. As far as White's Road, that would be the same thing with Telephone Road. We reviewed it and we figured that with the in-house applications that we have, the 50-50 asphalt to coal patch mix, we actually implemented on Little Lake Road as well. They're holding up quite well. Those grindings have 50% of them are binders, so they hold. Will they hold longer than asphalt? No, but they will hold longer than just regular patch repair. And as far as Middle Ridge Road is concerned, compared to the other roads in the 2025 proposed program, this would be the less of the 3 evils, if you will.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? So next on my list is Public Works, which we manage some of, but Manager Gooding, you're going to take that on.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So my name is John Gooding. I'm the manager of capital infrastructure. I look under, I have a small, very capable group of guys or people, the construction technologist, the development services technologist, the damage prevention technician, and the GIS and asset management coordinator. And what we look after is basically 3 categories, being development review, capital works, and then asset management / GIS, and that's our mapping and our asset management program. So quick summary on each of those is the asset management plan. It's where we gather all of our documents and compile it into our citywide software, which we just purchased 2 years ago. Review, look at our assets in a holistic manner and come up to decisions on items in our budget and whatnot. So for example, is we have a roads needs study. You'd look at sanitary and sewer plans, water models and such, and then determine like a course of action on how to maintain or replace our assets. Our GIS mapping coordinators, our GIS and asset management coordinator looks after that. And he will compile maps and whatnot and enter in all the data into that. The second thing is our capital projects, which is the capital replacement of assets that have, I guess the technical standard or definition is assets have a lifespan of more than 1 year. And as part of that, so this year to be is our Harper Street, our Wallace, our Prince Edward Drive, and we have a bridge study we're going to do as well. And as part of this budget, we recommended that we're going to defer the William Street project. And what that is, there was $100,000 in the tax supported and for roads, 60,000 in wastewater and 80,000 in water main in the rate supported that we're going to defer till 2026. And the reason being is this water main, it was originally a water main project that we identified on William needs to be replaced. And while we're in there, we're going to look at other components being the road and the sanitary. And what identified it is there's 150 millimeter cast iron main, which is below our typical standard. Usually we want PVC pipe. There's a hydrant that's failed on that street. Fortunately, that hydrant that's failed, it's right up against Prince Edward Drive. So we're able to kind of capture that as part of the Prince Edward Street project and replace that and then defer the remaining works in 2026 because Prince Edward Street's going to be a large project, probably over 2 years. And then the third thing we do is development review. So we work with the planning department, other staff members to review planning applications, site plan applications. We do the the inspection, the oversee of developments in town, so like subdivisions and whatnot. And we also provide services such as modeling and flow studies and whatnot, so that we can determine if we got capacity to expand our infrastructure network.
Thank you, Manager Gooding. Any questions for the Manager of Capital Infrastructure? So if I heard you correctly, you've reduced your tax support budget by 100 grand.
Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. And I'll turn the floor over to Director Walsh.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Thank you. So we're taking it off this year, we're adding it on next year. There'll probably be an increase then to that 100,000.
But
It'll cost us more.
But it
won't
makes little sense to do it while Prince Edward Street is being reconstructed, which is a 2-year project that the county's undertaking. And we're in partnership with us because of the underground works. Because it's right off of Prince Edward, right?
Yeah, I know exactly where it is.
I know you
That's
do.
where it's my neighborhood.
I know.
Okay, never mind. That's fine. Thank you.
But Harbor Street, Wallace, that sort of that quadrant of the municipality remains part and parcel of our budget for this year.
That's correct.
Yeah, that really needs work too. So, although we keep our speeds down on Harbor Street these days because of the nature of the roadway. Any other questions for Mr. Gooding? I'll turn the floor over to Director Walsh, Planning, Building, and Bylaw Enforcement, with a reminder that you get 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, to Council. My name is Director Paul Loquacious Walsh, and just an overview of the department. So the name of it is Planning and Development, and it's made up of 3 sections: planning, which is largely about approvals of zoning and subdivisions and minor variances and that sort of thing. Planning also develops official plan policies and zoning bylaw amendments to a more policy oriented, so giving direction for future developments as well. And then we have our building section. Under the planning section, my background is as a planner, but we also have a manager of approvals as a master's in planning. And we have a planner 1 that is pending a hire. Then Manager Smith has been very helpful that way. And so hopefully we're going to land something here shortly. And in addition, we have administrative support to planning. That's shared with the building section. So speaking with the building section, we have a chief building official and a deputy building official. And we do a good high volume of building permit and building permit activity. We had a very good January compared to last year, for example. And we have what I would call maybe a long-range planning effort as well. We're doing a secondary plan. And so we have Renee Whiteman doing that, and she's got a master's in town planning as well, and being assisted part-time by retired planning consultant Brent Barnes, a member of the community here and a member of our committee of adjustment. Planning staff support a committee of adjustment. So if someone wants a minor variance because they want their shed not, another 2 meters higher, they need a approval for that, called a minor variance. So we have a committee of council established called committee of adjustment. So planning staff will do a staff report explaining whether it's appropriate or not. Then we have a bylaw section, a bylaw enforcement section. And there we have 2 staff, one just fairly recently added to our staffing. Samantha Lambert from Coburg is the new bylaw enforcement officer. Alan McGee is the veteran bylaw enforcement officer, about 10 years, just over 10 years.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Well, I am going to interrupt. It's Samantha Shepherd.
And what did I?
You said
sorry, that was
the old Samantha,
that was the
former
previous-
Samantha's previous name.
I knew I should.
You went way back.
I knew I should have hired another Samantha. Samantha Shepherd, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. And so initiatives under bylaw, we have automatic speed enforcement programs that I think we'll see start up here fairly shortly. Waiting on an MTO agreement to kickstart that. But I think the ducks are pretty much in line now for that. And another not so recent initiative is an administrative monetary penalty program. So it's just another way of enforcing bylaws. The bylaws we enforce are across a number of pieces of legislation: Municipal Act, Planning Act, Building Code Act, and so there's a lot of coordination required for those enforcements sometimes. In terms of, so that's the overview of the department and its operations. In terms of changes to the budget from the first draft to the second draft, in terms of the planning, we just see a bit of housekeeping and changes to the sustainability plan. It's actually reflective of the full 100,000 to be accosted. It's started with a workshop just on the 5th here on Wednesday. And so you'll see an adjustment from 80 to 100. And I think it's now allocated under the planning section as opposed to the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee. But regardless, it's of where it's actually lodged, there's been a correction that way. In terms of software, there was a carryover from the 2024 budget as it was carried from the 2023 budget for capital. And that was some PSD citywide. We're going to get the next module that Public Works is using. Just from some feedback we've gotten from the Public Works side of things, we've maybe looking at alternatives to that, but we're still needing to go ahead with something in terms of tracking, planning out applications and bylaw applications and enforcements and building permit applications. So things are changing a lot there. So we thought we might just pause and get the best value for the dollar. Additional software I'm hoping got into the budget is the some incidental software as well, such as project management software and some AI software for Microsoft. For building, the only capital change is the pickup truck, but that was mentioned in the first draft of the budget. There might be a transfer from building to other departments for the residual value of the truck. For bylaw, there was software for automated speed enforcement for 60,000, and that's been removed. With our agreement with Acker Tech, who own the software, it'll be software as a service model. So each time when there's an infraction lodged with the province for motor vehicle speeds, then they would take a percentage or a nominal fee each infraction. So that's how we're saving that 60,000 basically through a user fee. And bylaw also would be having a pickup truck, and that car would be then brought into the fleet for Public Works and infrastructure. In terms of operating matters for planning, revenues stay the same, although the Omni site plan, we've had some recent revenue this year from that. So there's, I think, about 15,000 addition for the revenue just for the site plan application. And we're anticipating a subdivision application for Trailside Woods, as well as a major site plan again for a hotel. So we're doing pre-consultation on both of those, doing a bit of work, quite a bit of work on each of those before the actual application comes in. Land banking section. So there's been an adjustment there of about 1 point. Where'd my number go? It's about 1.12 million estimated in the budget for added land banking initiatives for capital. Building revenues have been adjusted to also reflect the building permit for Omni. That's about $358,000. And the DC reserve will also be bumped up to reflect the $1.5 million development charge coming from Omni as well. And that will have other implications for other parts of the budget. Just a bit of a background, whenever we get a building permit in, we circulate that to other departments. So we have persons like the manager of infrastructure and some of his staff reviewing and signing off for their particular tasks or functions, like an entrance review. And so there's some costing for that taken from the revenue of the building permit. So even though revenue permits show about $350,000, it's going to be higher than that, but some of that's been allocated elsewhere. Bylaw enforcement revenues should be increased by about $150,000 to account for the anticipated revenue from automated speed enforcement. And the AMP revenues, because now we have 2 officers doubling our activity, we're expecting that to double to about $20,000. And short-term accommodation revenues would probably decrease by $10,000 because we work on a 2-year cycle. They get a 2-year period on their license before they have to renew. And some false alarms revenues for 2025 should be also reduced by about $10K to reflect actuals found in 2024. That would be all, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Walsh. So first draft to second draft tax support, what are the changes in your budget, or are there any?
There's not a lot of change there, as noted in the CAO's report. Yeah. But I think with the added revenues, you will see a decrease. I think I might need some help from the CAO on this one, but I think it was about 1% or so from the planning side of things.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could just go back before I answer that, which I'm not sure that I can accurately. When we talked about the land banking, I know Director Walsh mentioned an additional 1.25, I think. We ended up actually not adding that, just, in our discussions in our last council meeting about the land banking, until things have solidified, we won't add that back in. So depending on what happens moving forward, and as we chatted about it and closed, I'll be a little elusive, but as that progresses and comes to fruition, we'll come back to council and let you know what the cost will be before we finalize that. So that's not there.
And the land banking is not tax supported at first anyway. It doesn't get tax supported until we transfer it to a loan, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So that's another reason why we want to wait to take a look whether or not IO can fund it externally, if the rates have come down sufficiently, just exactly what we're looking at. So it really would be a ballpark, and depending on what happens with that transaction and closing date, this could potentially run into the second or third quarter. So to put a number in, we know it's a moving target. So we thought we would hold off until that those discussions were finalized, and then come back to council and let you know, where we landed and what we're looking at.
Thank you.
With regard to the budget, overall in planning, there was no change. I don't have the exact dollar figures, and part of what I just indicated in my report, your building department is revenue neutral. So, we'll always just make sure if money needs to come from reserves to make that neutral, that's what will happen. The bylaw, we have a small decrease from last year, and it really is reflective of about $5,000. So even with the revenue, we won't see huge changes in those budgets because they don't hit your bottom line. They're generally built into just the building budget and your bylaw.
Thank you. Questions from council? I'm going to flip over to economic development. Manager Hagerman.
Thank you, Mayor. To the rest of the council, so the Municipality of Brighton Economic Development and Communications Department is comprised of 2 full-time positions and a half-time role. These roles are myself, Manager of Economic Development and Communications. The half role is an Economic Development Executive Offices Coordinator, which is Ms. Birch, and she splits time between myself, the mayor, and the CAO. She loves working for me the most. And then the last role is the full-time role. and that is the Community Engagement Officer, which was just onboarded in August. And that's Ms. Morgan Scott, who's been doing some excellent work in in expanding our communications delivery. These roles accomplish several day-to-day functions as well as take on innovative projects that will serve the future of Brighton, both from an economic vitality perspective and a community engagement function. So I report to the CAO, and the two folks in the department report to me, but we also report to an economic development advisory committee that meets once a quarter, that receives a full update of everything going on in the community, in our department, sorry, as well as bringing them in and making them part of certain projects as well. And that department's made up of council members, obviously, but some really key community folks, such as our DBIA rep, Wayne Jefferson. Some of the functions that this department is responsible for, but it's not limited to, our community-wide promotion of all assets and amenities, tourism promotion and asset inventory, especially a lot of work being done by Caroline in Presqu'ile Park, investment attraction in the municipality owned industrial park and otherwise, as well as support of current business expansion and sustainability. The entire Applefest planning event and execution is done within our department through Caroline and the Applefest committee. All the community events committee support is done through our department. Business support network initiatives such as career fairs, fam tours, and networking events. We create and sustain partnerships and work with partners to find solutions. These partnerships include Quinte Economic Development Commission, Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, the Brighton DBIA, and Northumberland County. There's other partnerships that are on more of a one-off basis, but we definitely say, we don't say no to anyone that wants to work with us. I'm the project lead on municipal accommodations tax and getting that up and running. Can positively say we've actually been collecting some revenue for the last month or so. So that's been exciting. Support committees with communications and marketing work. Example, the really cool project Caroline brought together last year with the Heritage History Walk, working with the Heritage Advisory Committee. We're working on a couple different community improvement plans. So once those are developed, we will do all the outreach, all the marketing, and the administration and coordination as well. All of our communications functions, social media, day-to-day content planning and long-term campaigns, monthly newsletter planning, did for both digital and print, compiling all that content, the curation of press releases and media contact relationships, day-to-day website updates and maintenance, assisting all departments, strategic campaigns that are centered around municipal initiatives, small business promotions using geospatial marketing that offers insightful data. An example of this is Applefest and all the data we captured that weekend. Figured out that there's over 14,000 unique visitors to Applefest, to Brighton during Applefest weekend. Just under $2 million spend into the community that weekend. We did the same for the holiday season shopping. We're going to have a report back soon. And just recently, the council appointment campaign. We'll get a full report back as well, but we use that geospatial data or marketing to hopefully create some really good data. I think we got some really good results out of that campaign too. Emergency weather communications, something we've been, had to deal with a lot more recently with climate change and things going on, high winds, different storms. And what's to come is being very on top of the County Road 64 project that's going to start this year. So Morgan, myself, John Gooding, we've been meeting with the county representatives almost monthly, figuring out how this communications plan is going to be rolled out and making sure that especially the residents and businesses most affected are aware of all the things going on with that project. So over the last week or so, we've reviewed the budget and we've identified some costs that can be taken out of the budget. In the administration of the budget under part-time wages, there is an expense of $12,376 for a summer student position. With the expansion of our department back in late Q3 of 2024 with the community engagement officer, we feel we're going to give it a summer and not fill that position. So those are some dollars that can be taken out of the budget as of right now, and I think we're taken out in the most recent budget in front of you. Staff also made a determination that there was a $25,000 expenditure in the Applefest budget that was there as a line item for the fireworks and drone show last year, and then it was put back in. Even though most of that fireworks and drone show was covered through a grant, we had it in there in case we didn't get that grant. So we actually were able to take that out because the grant and the drone show was done on a kind of a special basis, being the 50th anniversary, and we're not going to make that part of the Applefest program this year. So we were able to find some savings there as well. So those are the two items. I think it got the budget down to about 0.5%, or it took my budget down about 0.5%. And the biggest increases for my budget this year are on onboarding of full-time staff. And yeah, I guess that's kind of the major one.
Could you give us a wrap up of from the first draft to this draft, what the full change in your tax support change in your budget is?
In a dollar amount, it's about 0.5% dollar amount. I can
So about 60 grand.
Whatever 25 plus 13,000 is. So
25 plus
25,000 plus 13,000.
That's 30. That's 38,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And 13,000 is the summer student that you're not?
Correct.
Before I turn it over to other members of council, I'm going to carry on with this line of questioning, if you don't mind. The decision to not hire summer student, is that entirely budget based?
To the mayor, through the mayor to the rest of council, I wouldn't say it's entirely budget. We want to respect the fact that council gave us the opportunity to expand the department a year ago. And we want to show that we have adequate resources to not bring maybe part-time work in when it's not needed. And we think we can give it a full summer season to see how it goes. Will Caroline and Morgan be a little bit skeptical of this by the end of summer? Who knows? But we'll know for this time next year if we need to look at a summer student and add that expenditure back in. But I would say half budget related, half strategic related.
Okay, I'm just for council's edification, I'm a big fan of hiring summer students. We have one here who became a full-time employee. She's all right. Yeah, she does all right. Hearing that, Manager Hagerman is her favorite report is not, I don't know, I'm beginning to question my own self.
I had the mic for a second, so I had to say.
Bad dad jokes are always welcome at council. So if that's a reversal, I would be happy to see it at the end of the day. I think we should be robustly hiring summer students as often as we can. And I say this at county council as well. And we've added a couple summer students at the county level just because we want to make sure that we're creating an interest in the municipal sector. Because even if, we don't end up hiring that person can go off maybe to Peterborough County as an example, which we saw happen with another summer student of ours who stayed in the economic development regime and did that. So anyway, that's just me talking. Members of council, any questions for Manager Hagerman? Councillor Rowley.
I'm just going to kind of load off on that. Councillor McCausland and I went to the job fair yesterday that was basically focused on summer student employment, and it was well received. And once again, kudos to your department, Ben, because it was well put together.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving over to Parks and Recreation, Manager Hallam.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. From urban to rural areas, Parks and Recreation have a significant influence on the community. We provide services for leisure, entertainment, and recreational pursuits, and collaborate with user groups, service clubs, and athletic leagues, supporting one's well-being. Under the leadership of the CAO, the Parks and Recreation Department is staffed by the manager, 5 operators, one of which is a lead hand, a part-time administrator booking clerk, and a part-time community center custodian. For approval in the 2025 budget, the addition of a supervisor position is proposed to join the team. During the park season, assistance is also provided by 2 shared operators with the Public Works Department. And each season, both in the arena and parks, we employ 4 students to assist in carrying out duties. In the fall and winter months, our workforce focuses primarily on the scheduling, maintenance, and operations at the King Edward Park Arena and the Owen Gibb Community Center. In the green season, staff oversee groundskeeping at 71 municipal properties, including open green space, parks, and trails. We upkeep 24 flower beds and water 74 planters within the municipality. Parks crews look after 7 parks with playgrounds, small and large soccer fields, 3 ball diamonds, 2 tennis and 4 pickleball courts, a splash pad, a dog park, boat launches, marina, 3 cemeteries, and outdoor washroom facilities in King Edward Park, Memorial Park, and Gosport. We look forward to continuing to build recreational opportunities in the community through more programming, special events, and new facility possibilities. So today's Parks and Recreation has presented changes from the first to the second budget draft in the following areas. First, on the revenue side, we project to recover additional revenue by the creation of more opportunity in sign advertisement sales in both the arena and parks, equating to a $2,500 increase. An addition of $5,500 is also projected in boat launch and docking fees, as this has proven to climb. And by adding sport court fees to users, we'll gain proceeds anticipating $3,000. Expense-wise, the department is able to show a reduction of $2,500 in service contract expenses in the other parks budget line, as we do not require contracting custodial services as previously accounted in the past budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hallam. Questions from members of council? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. To Ms. Hallam, you spoke about contracted positions. Is that specifically related to some of the grass cutting that over the last year or 2 we've had to contract, or are you talking about something different?
The department showed a reduction in the expense line just primarily to last year. We had contracted out custodial services. Yeah.
Thank you both. Anyone else? My number is 13.5 total in tax support. Does that sound about right to you, CAO? Yeah, okay. I'm just using my pen in my head, so, no eraser. Anyone else? Okay. Before we break for lunch, I think I'll read, we have one citizen's comment that came in by email. I won't read the little blurb in advance of that because I'm reading it. It came from Mr. Green, who we often see in council chambers sitting beside Wayne. It is with regard to the health services operating budget. And it reads, I fully support the need to incentivize doctors both in recruitment and retention, ensuring access to quality healthcare is vital. And I agree that financial incentives are a necessary tool in that effort. However, as highlighted in a late 2024 report to council under the subheading legal/legislative, our solicitor confirmed that these incentive practices are common and have not been successfully challenged. While I acknowledge this, we must also recognize past challenges. We have been burned before. A Prime example is Dr. Lambrakos, who received $115,000 in incentives only to close her practice and relocate to Mississauga well before her 5-year commitment ended, where she opened a larger practice. To my knowledge, we have not been reimbursed, or if we have, I'm curious to know how much. As you deliberate, please ensure our contract is as robust, inclusive, and airtight as possible. Additionally, please explore ways to refine the delivery of our incentives to maximize the protection of our investment and strengthen long-term sustainability. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the citizens' comments submitted at the January 29th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be received. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. Thank you all, and I don't have an answer to his question. Otherwise, I would say it in open, but I don't think we know the answer to that yet, and I don't think it's been daylighted if we do. Yeah. So that's citizens' comment. It is 12:09. If we take a 51-minute break for lunch, does that work for everyone? Come back at 1 o'clock. And I understand, Deputy Clerk, that lunch is served in the kitchen. So it is now 12:10. We'll return at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1:01 p.m. I'll call the meeting back to order. I'll note that we appear to have reestablished internet connection. So we are streaming again for those of you who are enjoying the meeting via YouTube. So we're going to move into staff reports. First report is Arena Ice Operations, and Manager Hallam, I'm going to turn the floor over to you if you have anything to add, highlight, or provide for us.
Nothing additional to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Motion is moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that Council receive the Arena Ice Operations Report and maintain the fall to spring ice schedule to 2024-2025, ideally with the ice plant startup on September 2nd, 2025, allowing 2 weeks for ice to be built, resulting in a start date of September 15th, 2025. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, not through you, to you. Actually, no, it is through you, to Director Hallam. So the second is the date that we're looking at for this year, but that will be a moving target for the next number of years, is what I'm hearing. And the 15th date will be a moving target.
Through Mr. Mayor to Council. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And it would be cost prohibitive, I understand, for the current ice plant to be started up anytime sooner. Is that correct?
Yeah. To you, Mr. Mayor, I don't recommend that we do it any earlier at this point.
Should one day we find ourselves with a new arena, would that then be a possibility in a new, because I'm assuming it's because we have very old infrastructure.
That is correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anything further from members of council? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next report is also from Parks and Recreation, Brighton Dragon Boat Docking, Manager Hallam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson. The council review the options and direct staff to monitor the water depth at Bay Street Marina through the 2025 season and report back to council. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. And a report from the CAO. Second draft. CAO, I assume you'd like us to deliberate our budget at this stage?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could say a few words.
Yeah, please.
Just first of all, a thank you to all of staff. So it's, we've gone through line by line. We've tried to find some savings along the way, recognizing that Director Whitfield would have had a far better handle on every line item and probably supported most of the senior managers in a way that I wasn't able to. So I appreciate all of their help, and we have worked through it together to try to find some savings. I think we've done a pretty good job. So I appreciate everyone's support. You will notice, as I mentioned before, some of your summaries, it's difficult to sort of break down what is included. And I think that's has been my struggle, just to determine where the numbers are coming from. So if there are questions, please ask. We've tried to give you an overview as a percentage, not necessarily the dollar figures. It might have been easier as we've gone through this process if we had done that. But broken down by department, we've tried to give you an idea of the percentages. Ultimately, where we land at this stage, your original first draft was 7.67 was the increase. Based on the revisions that we've done, the increase is 5.1. Now that is without your grants and aid. The difference in the first draft was 9.13, and with this draft, it's 6.52 with the grants and aid. You'll notice that there's a note in my report indicating that the grants and aid amount is 178,000 and change, and that's because we found a $5,000 placeholder. So we reduced that 183 from the first draft to 178. So I just noted that small change in there. The departments have gone through their budgets. There are some other ones listed there with no change that we've identified in the report. Again, if there's questions specifically, we can answer those, but those are unchanged from the first draft. So as we go through, we'll endeavor to try to keep track of the decisions council's making, recognizing 1% is approximately 125,000. So when we address some of these items that are still to be discussed, in the report. So your doctor retention, the accessibility conversation from the last meeting, the rain barrels, Manager Hallam's reports. If there's any changes outside of that, we will endeavor as we sit here to try to give you an idea at the end of the day where you're sitting, and then provide that to you. Go back and we will make those revisions for the public meeting. We certainly, I think, are able to give you that blended rate, which even looks better. So at 5.1%, I think the blended rate is 4.88. And at 6.52, your blended rate is about 5.7. So we're in pretty good shape, I think, by the time we look at that blended rate, with some inclusions, that we're still going to sit at a reasonable and palatable increase.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to suggest a way forward here, and I'll let council decide if that's how you want to go. At some point, we'll tackle the grants and aid this afternoon. I suggest we go, just if there's anything highlighted out of today's conversations from the manager's reports that were removed, that we don't want to see removed, I think we should have that conversation. And then maybe we could chat about anything in the budget that you don't want in the budget that might currently be in the budget. Maybe we'll do it the other way. Let's do it the other way. Let's talk about the things that are in the budget that we don't want in the budget, if there is anything. Based on what you see in your giant spreadsheet. Councillor Rodrigues.
Mayor, may I ask a question on something?
Of course.
This morning that I might have missed. It's under general government CAO. Under the IT department, it seems like there's a significant increase there, almost, well, it's almost doubled. It is double. Could you maybe explain the reasoning for that?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Rowley, the IT budget increase was due to some items that hadn't been added. So there were some software items. So the IT budget has historically just been embedded in the finance and administration, but Linda had moved it out from that department and separated it under its own budget. And there were some items in there that were software related that were missed, as well as some licensing that was missed. So when I spoke with Manager Casabo, there were some items there that just hadn't been captured in the first draft that we had to put in for this draft.
Doesn't really change anything. It's just, it's stuff that was there, just wasn't kind of captured earlier. That's
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Rowley. Yes, there isn't an increase in service delivery based on the increased dollars.
Okay, thank you.
There are some programs like Director Walsh had mentioned, some IT or some AI software. So there are some things in there, but nothing that's a major component based on the increase.
Thank you both. Anyone else? Going to give everyone a chance to go through the big spreadsheet there. Councillor Botwell.
Thank you very much. And through you, I'm supposing this would be to Director Walsh. I was going through your first name, then your second name. So this flagged for me prior to this package here, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to ask you about this. So it's referencing the pickup truck. And please forgive me if you went through this at your first meeting. I was struggling with illness, and I was not watching, and I've only skimmed through the entire meeting. Pickup truck, what type of truck are you talking? Is it a front cab only?
Director?
Through the Mayor to Council, but
Yeah.
I'm going to deflect to Manager of Operations, who's managing the fleet.
Okay, and your middle name? Joking.
James. Manager Blatensky, over to you.
Manager Blatensky, over to you. And I am listening. I'm just going to do this.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Botwell. So it's a mid-sized truck with capabilities of four-wheel drive. So not quite a half-ton truck. The cost would be a little bit less compared to half-ton, but we were looking at an all-around fleet plan. What makes sense for bylaw or building? You know, they get in those rough areas, especially in wintertime, or if they're on a construction site.
Okay, and I'm just going to speak from having been aware of a truck for the building bylaw department in McIIquham. I happen to know somebody in that department. And they just made a successful ask to not replace the truck, but instead go to a small SUV with all-wheel drive capabilities and winter tires. So I believe they're actually going to an Escape or an Edge, because the consumption of fuel and insurance on a truck was so much greater, and the upfront costs are so much greater for the truck. They saved quite a bit of money. And if we're looking at bylaw, we really don't need a four-seater at all. And so how often would a truck like this have four humans in it? Doesn't really just make sense to me to put a truck of that, or a vehicle of that price and configuration. So I was just wondering if you had explored perhaps doing an actual small SUV with all-wheel or four-wheel drive.
Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, actually, we did. With bylaw incumbents, also they have digital speed signs that wouldn't be able to fit into an SUV. It's quite large. So we figured with this short box, it's 5.5-foot box, they'd be able to fit those, as well as any accessible tools, anything like that. And the mid-sized trucks are only a two-seater. Yes. The SUV is an option. If bylaw was just ticketing, or investigations, anything like that. But as far as the sign preparation, that's why we figured the midsize would be better.
And we're going to be asking this this group to move around those automated speed cameras at some point. I mean, right now we're stuck on Elizabeth Street for a while, but once we install them, there's no reason we can't then give 90 days notice on another community safety zone area in the community and move those. And they're fairly large, are they not? I just see the big box in Belleville, and I assume that's what contains that speed camera.
Yes, that's correct. And not only the speed cameras, also large signs. So when one of the bylaw officers has to go and attach a sign or take it down, that takes tools, that takes space. They were using some of our matrices, and then after that, they were using the electric vehicles, but we're noticing it's becoming quite snug, and certain parts of the vehicle would possibly get damaged because of those signs are so large.
So thank you. So follow up, if I may, to that. So this vehicle has actually been placed under the bylaw department as opposed to Works and Services department. What is the rationale for that? It seems like the upsizing is mostly for the actual labor portion of it, like carrying signs and these ASE units. How come it was placed under our bylaw and planning versus?
I think it's the bylaw officer who actually does that work, not the Public Works Department.
So the bylaw officer is the one taking signs down, like street signs down, and moving the ASE units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sometimes it just depends. As far as we're not at the ASC units right at this moment, but as far as signs, absolutely, bylaw does that, as well as Public Works. We assist. Just depends on availability. So, for example, if there's a sign that, for example, stop sign, that has to go immediately. And if the bylaw officer is not available, then one of our Public Works staff will do that.
Really? Okay.
We work in tandem.
Okay.
You mean you work together in different departments?
Well,
usually.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes,
Thank you for
yes,
letting
we
us.
do.
I seem a little incredulous because I have not seen collaboration like that in my departments before. Normally that's my job. So, okay. I thank you for the information.
Thank you both. Councillor Rowley.
Breaking down silos. We do best here.
We try.
We're doing a good job. We are doing a good job. You know that too.
I do.
Right. Okay. I do have a question once again for Mr. Walsh. Just looking, we talked about CIP this morning and the AODA requirements for Brighton. Will that be completed this year, do you think, that part of the community improvement plan?
Director Walsh.
Sure. To roll out through the mayor to council, the way to roll out a CIP program is to get your policy put in place through an official plan amendment that activates Section 28 of the Planning Act. That's been done. So accessibility projects, particularly I think it's targeted towards downtown area, is already in our CIP policy. So that was actually done in 22. And so now what's needed to implement anything is one, budget, and two, a CIP bylaw under Section 28.
Thank you both. Anyone else? We're all comfortable with all the line items in the capital spreadsheet. I sound suspect because I am. Been dealing with councils for far too long that are wanting to nitpick at how many screws are you buying, that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Let's go. I'm actually very comfortable with what I see in the capital budget, and especially with regard to where we're taking money from reserves or versus tax support or rate support. So I'm happy. Thank you for the work on that. Thank you all for the work on that. Appreciate it very much. So let's go to the conversations we had this morning and what we saw either increase from a revenue perspective or get removed from an expenditure perspective in order to get this budget down to that whatever it is, 5.1%, which I thank you for as well, because that does give us the flexibility to do with things like grants and aid and maybe more things in this conversation. Anyone not comfortable with something that came out of the budget? Councillor Rowley.
I'm comfortable, but I would like to go back to our manager of economic development. And as you said, communication, promotion is going to be key over the next months for sure. And so I'm not sure taking the $13,000 out for a summer student I think you can use the help. The more we do on that front, I think with your new newsletter and it going in print, it's just awesome. And I think in my email to you was several of the committees that I sit on, it's all about how do we get the message out. And I don't think we can get out enough messaging over this next little while with all that's going on, not just in Brighton, but provincially and federally. So I think $13,000 is not really a bad spend to kind of help you get the newspaper going. Thank you.
You're not going to get an argument from me, you know that. Councillor Butwell.
Further to what you said, Councillor Rowley, when we're looking at the grand scheme of things in the total budget and that the departments have been able to work so hard at bringing that amount down, hiring young people, because they're student positions, they have to be in school full-time or as much as full-time as the program would allow, makes sense just from providing good opportunities to learn and set up for success further down the road. $13,000 is a drop from the bucket here. So I would be supportive of putting that back in.
Everyone okay with that? Anyone object to putting that $13,000 back in and getting our friends in economic development to hire a summer student? You're okay with that, Ron? Yeah, thank you. CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, Manager Smith, how many postings did we put out for students? Just so council is aware how many that we have budgeted for. The addition of one is no problem. I thought the number might be good for them.
Through you, Mayor, to council, we've posted 4 in Public Works, 4 in Parks and Rec, and 1 for the DBIA.
So this brings it up to an even 10. I like to work in round numbers, so. Anyone object to that? We're still good? Yeah, go ahead.
And this might not count, but I know the library board we've been struggling for years to get a summer student on board as well. Is this something that they can partner with us as well to kind of fill out applications, or are they kind of totally separate from us that we can't support their request?
I think they're entirely separate, although I'm sure we'd lend a hand if it was asked to Manager Smith.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Rowley, yes, we're happy to help. I do know in the past they have hired their own, but if they request any assistance, we're happy to help.
It's just they've been very unsuccessful the last couple of years. It's been a concern.
The CEO of the library and I have had those conversations, and I invited the MP because they're having trouble getting the grant from the federal government. So I invited the MP here with the CEO of our library, Coburg, Colborne, Crammy, and somewhere else. I can't remember who. Alma Calderman. Yes, I believe you're right. Just to let the MP hear, why these jobs are important and why, he should be advocating for summer students in the library. So he took that message back with him. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the day. I know he gets, this much wiggle room with who they choose for summer student programming. And he's on the wrong side of the house at the end of the day for most of those big decisions. So we'll see where it ends up. But I'm hopeful that in fact, I know he got the message. He was enthused as he left here about the want to help out. So, yeah. What? The smirk.
I'd make a Botox joke, but it's been done before. $13,000 is relatively small. What does that look like in terms of numbers to the taxpayer?
It's 0.1% of taxation, essentially. 0.1%.
So the blending that takes us up to 5.3, was it? We're at 5.41 or 5.14?
The blended rate is 5.7.
5.7.
Yeah, if you add 0.1% to ours, it would probably bring the blended rate up to like 5.75 or something ridiculously tiny like that.
So minute. And
yeah.
So that's like a couple dollars a year per taxpayer.
Yeah, it's
like under $3.
It's a cup of coffee.
It's a cup of coffee. Is there, because we never talk about increasing budgets, is there a department that could perhaps use some assistance and maybe look at it as a shared position with the library in anticipation? Like, I'm not suggesting we're spending more, but if we are really looking to justify having this seasonal help as an educational opportunity, are there other departments that could use that? Because it's a small way to actually make an impact on people's workloads and perhaps could help with summer vacation cover off. And
so what you're talking about is an additional student
sure,
over and above the one we just added.
Did one of our management personnel on the floor think, well, I'm not going to put that in because that's not going to fly? No? Yes? No? Okay. Oh, well, perhaps as the representative of the clerk's department.
I know that a student is something that the municipal clerk we've always wanted a student, not only to have the extra help and the extra coverage, but it like everybody's saying, it's an unknown kind of role while you're in school. And not everybody goes to school, and there's no diploma for being a municipal clerk necessarily. So it's really a great opportunity to show a student, for example, the great career that you could have in municipal government.
If I may converse with our
Councillor Powell.
So when I sit back and I just start putting the pieces together, we have a lot of students in what I would call our outdoor workers group. We have one student in our indoor working capacity.
Are any of the public works students inside workers, or are they all outside workers? Anyone?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, depends on the day. Really, if it's, weather's bad or weather's too hot, we'll have the outside workers come inside and help along with, different departments as needed.
Okay, so I suppose when I say outdoors worker, I'm thinking more of like labor pool. Their labor pool versus administrative or secretarial, old-fashioned word. I come from a background that we dealt with two separate collective agreements. One was an indoor and one was an outdoor, but essentially it's labor and administrative type assistance. So could we perhaps justify, and I would be inclined to, if the clerk's department would be interested, to bolster up a position that also has administrative functions and can give that type of job experience, not just an exterior labor position. That's how I started was in labor and I moved into the indoors and I was a student on indoors and then I ended up building my career into operations management from that opportunity. So you never know where it will go. And I'm just going to, for the record, also say that those positions have traditionally been female positions and didn't receive the same opportunities as the labor type positions. So I would be prepared to motion to add a position to the clerk's department as a summer student, give that opportunity if somebody else would like to second that.
Hang on for a second. Councillor McCausland.
Thank you. I just want to touch on the subject also, with being one that kind of just came out of high school and being the youngest one in the room. We touch a little bit on municipal politics and roles in civil careers, I think. Yeah, civic careers. In grade 9, I believe. So it's early on. So once you get to grade 12, you kind of forget, I want to say, unless that's what you're interested in. So I would definitely support a role for that. And it definitely opens the doors to further employment and a career. So.
Thank you all. So I don't even think we need a motion. We would just provide direction as committee of the whole to add it, and then the larger motion would come out of the budget. CAO, we're talking about adding now staff, which is an unusual thing for councils to do, but good, I think. Do we have the capacity from a supervisory management perspective to manage another summer student?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, it's the deputy clerk speaking on behalf of the department. So I haven't had the opportunity to speak to the clerk, although I'm happy to share that person with the CAO department and help it along the way. So we'll figure something out for sure to hire somebody internally.
Everyone happy? We're going to add another summer student to the budget for the clerk's and CAO's office in an administrative capacity. Good. Mr. Puffer, you're following along, I assume. All right, anyone else that we would like to add back into the budget or double up on? We doubled up on this one, so hopefully we don't double up on too many. Are we otherwise comfortable with the increases in revenue and decreases in expenditures that staff provided to us? Mr. Gooding? Oh, Mr. Gooding wants a summer student.
I do. So right now we have a GIS student, and they're doing a really interesting program where they're mapping all of our cemetery plots and names and creating an online database for the public to do a search up in Mount Hope Cemetery. We're working with Jessica and the clerk's department with that, and she's mentioned having interest in continuing it once she's done her practicum in the summer to continue on as a summer student if there's an opportunity, and she's asked and requested it. And I'd love to see the program seen through. It'd be a great thing to have in the community, being the cemetery mapping.
Yeah.
I am happy to wear something like this.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to give up my share if it was something that was shared between, if that works, being cemetery related. Could we then incorporate something where they're doing work for you and then the cemetery end of things? I'm sure that'll help our other member in the clerk's department. She would be happy.
Yeah. Sounds like it's almost shared now anyway, given the responsibility. So
it's okay. I'm just going to leverage Miss Birchmore. I'll be her favorite before too long.
Not sure that's how it works. All right. Anyone? I'm not asking them. I'm asking my elected friends. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Go ahead.
And I know we're laughing about this, but we also are looking forward to a good future. And that includes providing opportunities for our youth so that they can gain the skills in the community they're from. So hopefully they stay in this community and become lifelong members of the community. In my primary business, I hate seeing people have to leave. It's like this brain drain. They go get educations and then they leave.
Never come back.
And never come back. Well, until they're my age. And then they come back. Because they realize just how wonderful a place this community is. Wouldn't it be awesome if they would have an opportunity to stay? So that's what I have to say.
Well said. Thank you. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. And on a service point as well, this gets us past the status quo. Once again, for a few dollars, that we kind of enhance the services that we have here in the municipality. And like I said, I think it's good bang for our buck.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, there were items, I think outside grants and aid that we need to talk about. CAO, can you give us a reminder of, well, let's start with one, whichever one is on your list.
3, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to start with Manager Hallam's reports? Because that is the summer or the ice, having the ice in the arena. And then the other was the dragon boat. I believe the dragon boat motion finalized that one to monitor it. I think that was the motion passed by council. So maybe we don't need to discuss that one.
And so did the motion on
motion
ice.
today. Okay.
Ice is settled. We're starting September 2nd, building ice to September 15th. That was
Okay.
the motion passed. So you have that direction from council. And yeah, the direction from council with the dragon boat docking was to monitor the bay for 2025. So that's settled.
Then how about doctor retention for 50,000? Sound like Jeopardy.
How about doctor retention? So this is a request coming from Docks by the Bay, I believe, seeking opportunity to aid in keeping or holding on to doctors in the community. Do I have that about right?
Yes.
Council? Councillor Butwell? Council? I want you two to fight about who's going to go next. Councillor Butwell, please.
It's like Monty Python skits. In principle, I mean, I don't support paying people to want to stay here. Based on some experiences or a singular experience that we had in the very recent past, I would actually love to see our compensation piece come after each term versus at the beginning. And that would extend to this retention program as well, that it is the funds are forwarded at the completion of the term that they are promising to stay in. Just protects our taxpayers a little bit.
That's not what the current agreement says though, right?
Sorry, are we speaking directly about the retention portion?
Oh, specifically about the retention process. Okay.
Yeah, I was commenting
Yeah.
actually on the incentive to come
Yeah.
thing. But as an aside, the issue before us is the retention piece. And that's where I was thinking we could address it first.
So stay for another 2 years and
At the end of 2 years,
we'll
on
give you
your,
we'll
on
write you
your-
a check.
yeah, on the contract date, you get this amount of money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butwell, I don't disagree with the concept. The challenge that we're having right now is trying to align with with Quinte West, essentially. So my concern is that we don't want to be offering a physician different incentives. So while I don't disagree with the approach, I'm not sure exactly where Quinte West is with the retention. I believe they've already adopted the $10,000 per year. I'm not sure whether or not they're providing that at the beginning of the 6th year or the end of the 6th year. So I can certainly come back and verify that. If council's comfortable, then I would ask that the amount be allocated, and I would come back to council to let you know exactly how it's going to be distributed or how it could be distributed. If council wished at that point to go over a 2-year period, we could certainly implement that. But I would just caution, if we're going to be different from Quinte West, we don't necessarily want to be played against each other. And I feel like there's a little bit of that happening right now as they're recruiting doctors. It's, well, Quinte West is willing to, give a little bit of wiggle room. And I will have a report coming to council at the next meeting specifically about some of the requests that are coming through from a new physician. And that's exactly what's happening. So we have a doctor recruitment individual who is saying, well, let me see what I can get you here, and let me see what I can get you here. And, whether it's happening at the staff level or the council level, there's some discrepancies. So I've had some really good conversations with the acting CAO in Quinte West to try to stop that and try to come to some consensus. But if they've already gone down that road and adopted it, then I probably would recommend we do the same for the time being, looking at, future how we're going to do this collectively and not be different from our neighbor in a doctor that's practicing in both municipalities.
Councillor Butwell.
It's too bad we couldn't have held off and done it together jointly. to come to that agreement, because I know that my physician does no longer sees general medicine patients in Brighton at all, despite an agreement in place to practice here in Brighton. It is dermatology day. So unless I want to change my Botox location, I don't actually get to see my doctor in Brighton at all. So giving the money up front basically is like, we're really hoping that you do what you said you're going to do. We're holding it to the end. And I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a 2-year renewal, they get a shot at the beginning, they get a double shot or and then they get some at the end. So it actually kind of spreads it out a little bit more. I don't know. I suppose everyone would rather have all the money up front, but I understand about streamlining it down to Quinte West, but I don't think that would be my primary motivator.
Thank you both. So yes or no to the 50 grand in the budget? Councillor Rowley.
In the budget coming, tax support or reserves, or how are we paying for this?
I think it's tax support. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be having the conversation. If that's council's wish. CAO.
Through Mr. Mayor to council, I certainly could go back and take a look at the reserves. I don't know that there's sufficient money in specifically in that physician reserve. So then, the conversation is, do you go to the contingency reserve? And I would want to do a little more work before I recommended that we would go there. But if council would like to put the 50,000 in, maybe part of our presentation will be exactly where that's coming from. Understanding, I think we have to make the assumption that it'll be tax supported. And if we can find it somewhere else and council is willing to go that route, then it would just be a reduction. But we probably should go in with the anticipation that anything you add at this point is going to be tax supported.
Councillor Wright.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. I just want to be clear about what this is, because I don't think I am clear in my own mind. Retention program. So is this extra money that we're giving them at the end of the deal that they already have with us? And is it 10 grand, 20 grand per, or like, I'm just not entirely sure what the program itself is.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright, exactly that. So the $100,000 in the first 5 years is what you've already approved, and that's what we work on right now. The request that came in was to give an incentive to those doctors who stay beyond the 5-year period, and it would be at $10,000 a year.
Councillor Butwell.
You're learning my looks. My hand didn't even get up. So that is $10,000 per year per physician. So that's more than actually 50,000. It is 50,000 per, sorry, it's a maximum of 5 then per year?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butwell. No, it is $10,000 per year. It would be only for those doctors that have finished their 5 years based on the program that you have in place. So that's why we're asking for $50,000 for this year. Certainly, we will come back next year with another ask.
Well, it's going to just keep growing and growing as these new physicians come in. And if we...
And I don't like it. And I said that before when we talked about this.
I wish I had a vote.
But I do want to find something that works better, right? It gives us the ability to attract the physicians and still is an incentive for the physicians to come here. And I worry about all of these little pieces, and that's why we referred this to budget as opposed to moving forward like Quinte West did. I don't have another solution yet, but working with Quinte West, I think we can get there. So this certainly would be on an interim, and then hopefully we can come up with something that just works better collectively for the physicians.
So you just used the word interim. So I think you did. Just an interim basis, like this is what we would put in place for who's nearing the end of their 5 years. How is this actually going to impact us right now? So in 2025, do we have someone who's finishing their 5th year now and who's looking for more money? Are we actually going to be spending this money this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butwell, there certainly would be some that are paid out this year. I believe 4, but I would have to go back and verify what we're looking at next year as far as numbers and who's been here for the duration.
Okay, so as it stands, it is $10,000. So we're doing a 1-year renewal, 2-year renewal, or is it just indefinitely for the rest of their? Yeah, I'm not comfortable with indefinitely. No,
but
not
it's
at all.
1 year at a time, but
we know
once
it's a
you
slippery
start,
once you start, you can't go back, right? So that's free money for someone for life at the taxpayers. And it doesn't actually require them to work in Brighton. So I'm not actually in support of this period without a better plan to protect the people here. And
CAO.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Butwell, all of that will be built into the agreement. And I may be incorrect in saying this. I believe Quinte West put it in place for a 2-year term. So they would give that incentive it would be $20,000 over the period of 2 years, but I would have to confirm. As far as being in Brighton, we also were looking at a stipulation to maintain a roster within the municipality. So we could put all of those provisions in place. Again, I really would like to sit down with Quinte West and do our best to align so that we don't look less favorable than our neighbor. But we certainly would come back with something. If we allocate the money, we will come back with how we're going to provide those funds to the physicians. So council would still have an opportunity to approve that or not. Certainly, if we approve it tonight or today, there's going to be a thought that that money will be flowing. So
Go ahead. Your microphone, please.
thank you. Just thinking about how this rolls out. So I am on a roster now. I'm a patient of somebody who is in receipt of funds from the municipality. They're here for 5 years. Great. I get great service from the clinic. Never met the doctor still. At the end of the 5 years, if they stay in Quinte West, they have an agreement with Quinte West or they enter into agreement with Quinte West, whether or not Brighton bumps up that dollar figure, and maybe someone with more experience in the healthcare side of things, can they just drop me as a patient? Because I'm a Brighton resident and I didn't pay, my council did not pay up?
I don't think the CAO can answer that question.
Okay.
But I think the answer is, I think a doctor can deroster you for any reason.
For any reason
At
whatsoever.
any time. Or no reason at all.
Or no reason at all. Which just exposes more of how disgusting this practice is.
$50,000 in, $50,000 not. Councillor Wright.
Just a comment. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, I've received $100,000. I've been here for 5 years. Brighton and Trenton are each offering me an extra 10 grand to stick around. But this municipality over here is offering me 100 grand to move there. How does this kind of a program even compete with that kind of a pull? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it does. It's just a bit of an incentive to not look elsewhere, even though you probably have been the whole time. Councillor Wheeldon.
If Brighton and Quinte West were both offering 10,000 a year, we know that the 100,000 a year that many municipalities offer is spread out over the 5-year term. And so would it really be worth their while to get 20,000 a year from somewhere else, adding in the cost of a move? If they can get 20,000 a year to stay put, I don't like it, but I think the dollars and cents, as long as they add up, we're competitive, that's the goal. So the question I have is, if Quinte West is doing this, not that I think we should do everything that Quinte West does, but I do recognize that we do have a partnership across the Bay of Quinte region for the purpose of not poaching from each other and for offering comparable incentives to make the entire region attractive to doctors and to not put any of us at an advantage over others. Do we have any obligation under that agreement, either under that agreement or even just socially with our neighbors to offer whatever Quinte West does?
I don't think we have an obligation to do what they do. I think the obligation comes from the fact that we share a physician recruiter, and it makes everybody's life easier if we're all, marching together, et cetera, et cetera. But, I'm also cognizant of the fact that we're, 1/5 the size from a population perspective. So, our $100,000 per cap is a significantly larger per capita give than their $100,000, and I get that. That said, doesn't matter where the doctor goes, they want 100 grand, right? And and to Councillor Wright's point, someone else is going to try to be poaching them for $100,000. We thankfully have these reciprocal agreements now, certainly in the Bay of Quinte region, and I think maybe across Eastern Ontario now. There was a want to create it across Eastern Ontario. I don't know where that went. I know I saw it at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, but I don't know. I think it's going to all the counties. I don't think it's been passed, but the free country can't stop people from moving. That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. But 20 grand to incent them to stay, 100 grand from community X to go, plus you're going to say, well, 100 grand, will you also pay my moving expenses? Sure, another $8,000. What's that among friends? Come on in, and yeah, we'll buy you some medical equipment too. So now we're at 120 because it turns out we're a larger community, we can afford it. So, we just get into that never-ending cycle of how much is this going to cost to attract or keep a physician? It doesn't mean we don't have to have the conversation. I just recognize that it's a never-ending death circle of cost. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. We have mentioned around this table a few times being inspired by what we've seen in Norwood, where the community, the municipality owns and runs the medical clinic and employs doctors as employees, which, from what I understand, the main frustration of doctors in Canada in general, and particularly in Ontario, is the business model in which they are effectively entrepreneurs with enormous amounts of paperwork and overhead costs. And the simplicity of just being an employee who gets to serve patients first and foremost is, I think, what a lot of doctors are looking for. Would it be wise for us to put this money into perhaps a business plan or business model for adopting that approach?
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Wheeldon. I'm quite familiar, being the CAO in the neighboring municipality prior to here and watching all of that happen. They also came next door looking for additional funds to help support their medical center. There definitely is an argument, and there are physicians who talk about the overhead and all of the expenses. On the flip to that, there's also an argument it's far easier to leave when you don't have any responsibility for staff or for space or leases or anything like that. So I don't know if there's a hybrid model. That's something that I would like to explore. I really am still trying to get a handle on the health center and what we have there and what relationships we have with the doctors and the lease agreements that are in place. Once we have an idea of really what is happening, I think we can come back with something that we can come back with a recommendation that maybe it is that, maybe it's a hybrid of some sort, but I think there is a way to try to make it work that hopefully would be good for everybody.
I'm going to turn the floor over to you in a second. I'm looking in my binder here for the reserves, and I know it was given to us, but it's mysteriously not in my reserve summary tab. Thank you.
In your executive summary.
So we have a medical student fund. We have 41,000 in it. That's all. I don't see, I couldn't find anything else as far as doctor recruitment or something. Page 11 of 62.
Yeah, all I can see is the medical student fund too. So we don't really have a reserve, and that's 40 grand. Councillor Bowell.
Thanks, Councillor Rowley. You actually added a third question to my, so I'm going to hit that one first because I didn't write that one down. So we have 40 grand in reserves for a medical student, right? That's to help with the schooling. I would actually much prefer to see any extra money that we're going to put out going towards educating somebody that we're already supporting and having them come back to the community. But that's a separate thing. I realized that wasn't a question. The $100,000 that we're currently asked to commit over a 5-year period, that is just the current going rate, is it not? So somebody could come to us tomorrow and ask for $200,000 just from Brighton. So I actually don't see that $10,000 per year is something that's going to be sustainable long-term once year 6 comes and we're saying, oh, we'll give you an extra 20,000. They're going, yeah, but so-and-so's giving me 40. I think they're going to probably leave anyways. And we've lost the opportunity to use that money that we've earmarked for providing services in the community. Again, that's, I suppose, more a comment. The other thing I wanted to say is it also seems like just a matter of time before we get a request from one of our groups in the community saying, well, we now want the municipality to fund our renovations, or we want them to buy us more property so we can serve. I think that there comes a point, and for me, I think I'm there, and I respect that my colleagues around this circle or horseshoe may feel differently, and I'm totally open with that. But I think I've been irked enough that I'm not prepared to support that or any additional money put forward unless it actually does so in a smarter way for me. So, thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Anyone else? So we've been asked if we want to put $50,000 in the budget from a tax support perspective for the purposes of incenting physicians to remain in the community past their 5-year commitment on a possible annualized basis, although 1 year at a time, but we know how that works. Where do we want to go? Yes or no?
I'm really struggling with this as well too. Like nobody pays you $10,000 extra to stay, or any of our staff members either, to say, you know, you've done a good job, we want to keep you, here's $10,000. It's just a bonus regardless of, you know, I know we're always kind of behind the 8 ball on this stuff. And I'm of two minds, like putting the $50,000 in I just don't want to put it in there and all of a sudden, like you said, you've got 3 or 4 doctors coming to you tomorrow and saying, where's my $10,000? I would hope that we can just kind of maybe put it aside until you have more conversations with Quinte West. We can bring it back later, can't we? Like, we're not done with the budget yet. Are you going to have opportunity to talk with Quinte West before we get this totally finalized?
I think the hope is to get it done today. I don't think we want to come back. I think we want to put that budget bylaw on the docket for February 18th. But we'll see. I don't know, you know, it's 2:00 now. I'm not going to stay here till 6 because I'm not. Yeah. I'm glad your microphone was not on. Yeah, CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Our intention is to bring back a revised budget again on the 18th for the public meeting. So, you know, hopefully we can give you an idea of the percentage increase that we're going to come back with so that you're more or less prepared for what you'll see in the budget. And it will give an opportunity then for the public to provide comment, and council could make some minor, I'm hoping minor changes at that point if necessary. And then our actual bylaw will come back on March the 3rd. So there will still be an opportunity, but I would like to have some direction on what is going in. And then if there's minor things on the 18th, we have the time to quickly do that before we come back on the 3rd. Yes.
Or we could put it back in, but
yes.
Can I suggest that we not put it in, that we say to the CAO, continue your work with Quinte West, come back to us with a policy. Should we need the 10, 20, 30, whatever the number is over the course of 2025, we'll find the reserve monies for it. Because I know we have significant monies in contingency that we could draw from if we needed $50,000 at the end of the day. Are you comfortable with that? There. Okay. Councilor Wright.
I think I would be more comfortable with the whole process to approve it for this year if we were looking for alternatives to incentivize in terms of quality of life. Because really that's what it boils down to for the majority of people is, do they like their quality of life here? So, you know, there was that community, and maybe it was Norwood, but they had recruited doctors on the basis that there was childcare, that there was a place for them to exercise, there was a place, there was
a social background in it as well.
Okay,
God, it was
Goderich,
God,
thank you.
yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's yeah. So I think those things would be more helpful in helping us retain physicians in the long term than just a cash injection that just feels icky.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright. Thank you for that, and I will take that back. So we do have Paula Mason, who is doing our recruiting, and I would assume that she does have that type of information to provide as she's recruiting, but certainly I will ask her if there's something that she feels our area is lacking, that those funds could be reallocated to help her then recruit doctors. Yeah.
So are we comfortable keeping it out of the budget for now? Well, and if we need the money, we'll draw it from reserves and take staff's advice on what reserves that would come from. Everybody comfortable with that? Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
Just because I heard you say, are we comfortable putting it aside for now, taking it from reserves and following staff's advice later down the road? So I'm okay with tabling it for now until we get a more fleshed out idea of what it could look like, including all the details that would where our exposure would be in terms of how long term is this? What does it mean when there's additional requests, et cetera? But I'm not going to commit now to just take staff's advice in the future. But I understand. I just wanted to make that close.
We will take staff's advice. We don't have to follow staff's advice. In fact, we will provide direction as need be at the end of the day. Okay, next. Next on your list of things to do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the rain barrel program for $15,000.
Rain barrels, 15 grand. Anyone? Councillor Wheeldon.
This came from a recommendation through the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee on the request of a resident. And so this is an example of engaging with the public. We got an email from a resident. We took it to a committee. The committee made a recommendation to council. Council agreed to put it in. And here we are. It's one of those things that is designed to set up a program. So having the money doesn't necessarily mean spending it all right away, but it does open up opportunities for residents to engage with the municipality and save water.
What does 15 grand get us? Do you know? One hopes a few more.
Rain barrels are typically sold through fundraising programs, and they cost $50 to $75, with probably the bulk of that going to support whatever group is fundraising with them. But what it does get us is less runoff and less use of our water. So if it helps residents save water and prevent some of it from running down into storm sewers, that ultimately is to the community's benefit.
So let's assume that they're $100 each just for fun. That's 150 rain barrels. That's a lot of rain barrels unless you don't have one, and then it's just one. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
This could actually tie into, I know that we discussed at one point about reducing the water that runs down through for treatment, about disconnecting downspouts. I wonder if that could be part of however it's rolled out, that the folks that will disconnect their downspouts from.
It's someone's phone buzzing,
Okay.
not to worry.
If there could be, if I'm just thinking it would be great to tie it into you disconnect and we'll actually give you a rain barrel. So we don't have to treat the water and you now get to water your plants for nothing.
Is it downspouts that are the problem or sump pumps? Sump pumps are the real problem. Do we have any downspouts going into the
Well, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, we do.
downspouts?
Yep. Off the roof. I see it all the time.
I know you do. Councillor Wheeldon.
To put it in perspective, this is a tiny amount compared to what would be coming through sump pumps, but it does absolutely align in the spirit of that. It's one of these programs where the individual actions add up to not much at all, but at scale it can make a big difference. And mostly, I think the value for the community is through the participation in that. A little bit less reliance on our water systems, a little bit more interaction with nature itself, and the fact that our water ultimately does come from the sky. I think those are all benefits for ultimately what is very little cost.
I think at the end of the day, this is like the tree planting program we had where we're going to get more requests than ability to provide, but we'll deal with that nice problem to have if we in fact fund this. So yes, Councillor Belwell.
The idea of this program, Jeff, and forgive me if you've covered this at some point, is this the municipality installing it? I would hate to think that we're providing them and then they get resold online, where I know when it was the tree, we planted the tree. And so we know it's in the ground.
The proposal did include, it looked at other municipalities across Canada. I know there are a ton of these programs in Alberta, but a lot of them actually offer incentives of a small rebate from your water bill if you install a rain barrel. And so I think the majority of the $15,000 would not actually be for the barrels themselves, but for giving the little incentive to get people to get them. If we do in fact find that there's more demand than there are rain barrels, then maybe we won't need the incentive. But the general idea is to offload some of our usage of the system and recognize that through that little incentive.
And what about our rural residents who don't have a water bill?
Well, then they'll get the benefit of collecting rainwater and watering their larger gardens.
From a rain barrel that they get from the municipality.
That's right.
At a cost or not a cost, or subsidized cost? Is that the intent here?
The intent is a subsidized cost. I'm sure we can work out the details.
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Wilden, I think we need to have some more conversations. Our very quick investigation of a program, I believe Ganaraska Conservation Authority actually opened up a program for each of its municipalities. In conversation with Lower Trent, they were not offering the same kind of opportunity. So our preliminary investigation, and Ms. Birch just did a little bit of checking on costing. Our thought was to provide the rain barrel at a cost, maybe a reduced cost. There was some, economic development benefit if we could get local providers to get on side and provide them with something like a voucher to go down and purchase said rain barrel. So that was our initial thought. We figured that it would be about 125 rain barrels. We certainly could come back in June to say, we had 1 week and they were gone and asked for some additional funds at that point. But we thought as a trial, about 125 rain barrels would be provided at $15,000, and we would look at a program. But if there's something else out there on a fundraising basis or something that you're aware of, I'm happy to chat with you about that and come back to council with a plan.
15 grand in or out? Yep. Councillor Rowley.
I think this is something that the Lions Club did a few years ago, and I really don't know how successful that was at that time either. I mean, it's quite a while ago now, and I don't know how successul that was.
And I think the Lower Trent offered a fundraising program of some sort some time ago as well. So it does come from time to time. So is it something the municipality wants to do? 2 over here said yes. 3 over here, 1 over here. That's 3. Anyone else? It's like a barrel of monkeys. I'm gonna come back to it. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize for not being here for some of the discussions earlier, but I know some of the larger portions in the grants and aid were about $15,000. If we're looking at the relative value of $15,000 to offer a rain barrel program that might duplicate a fundraiser from the Lions Club versus the pro bono dental clinic or something of a similar ask level. As much as I really support this program, if we had to pick one or the other, I think I would go for the grants and aid of whatever was, there were so many very worthy things there. I don't know what you guys did to whittle that down, but
we haven't touched grants and aid yet. So
okay.
That's why for me, I wanted to park it to see where grants and aid comes in.
I'm willing to park it as well.
All right. Next
Next is the funding to the CIP for accessibility initiatives for 25,000.
Anyone going to say no to that? That's in. Next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's all I have on my list.
Okay. Anyone else before we go tackle grants and aid? Okay, grants and aid. It's this sheet that was handed out during the lunch break. The top, it says Municipality of Brighton Schedule A. And then it says community support. So as always, I'm going to go line by line through this and we can just say yes or no and have some discussion if there's a discrepancy. Quinny saleability, $1,000. Any objections? SOHO, $12,000. Any objections? Sunny Days Group Program, $20,000. Anyone? I confess I struggled with this one. It's a big ask at the end of the day. I think there probably are other opportunities and incentives. I'm not sure what we could do through our CIP program that we just budgeted $25,000 for, but I think that's worth a conversation. I don't want to not give them anything, but I think $20,000 is a big request. Go ahead, Councillor Butwell.
It'd be nice to give everybody all the money. Sunny Days has consistently come to us for very large dollar amounts. I 100% support their work. They didn't seem to be aware that grants were even available for that. I would love to see them access grants and then see what else we could help with. That said, I actually was a fan of reducing things. I wouldn't want to have it an amount that's truly insulting, though. Like the service is absolutely needed in the community, but I do think there are opportunities for them to likely achieve a lot of that through grants.
So I'm going to ask this of staff. If we were to reduce this, regardless of how much we reduce it by, is staff willing to work with this group to find out if they can apply through our CIP program and or help find them grants? Getting head nods from the boss, so that's good. Councillor Wright.
I'm just wondering, I think you said this, a CIP, or somebody said a CIP bylaw needs to happen. Is there any idea of how much someone can apply for through the CIP program at this point? Or is it just kind of first come, first serve?
I don't think we can yet because there's no bylaw. Go ahead, Director.
Mayor, Council, good question. CIP policies did provide a framework for maximum applications. I don't think the accessibility portion did, as I recall. I can look that up as you deliberate.
Thank you. Councillor Wheeldon.
To that point, in their breakdown of what they're requesting money for, the vast majority of it is the installation of a commercial chairlift for accessibility purposes. So it should definitely apply. Whether or not it's enough money is another thing.
What I don't know is, and maybe Director Walsh, you could help me here, would the CIP, because with the CIP, it's a deferral on taxation, right? It's not an actual dollar value grant. I've got that right, don't I?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, Section 8 of the Planning Act calls it a grant.
Yeah.
But according to our conversations with Watson economists, we have to stay whole with it. And so we have to draw from reserves or tax support or other sources.
So we would not be handing them $20,000. We would be saying you don't have to pay X percent of your taxes this year.
Right.
And that would have to be the municipal portion of their taxes, not touch the county portion, I assume.
Correct. That's one option in the project bylaw. So that's tax deferral program.
Okay. So, I mean, it's still money in their pocket if they don't have to pay our portion of their taxes. And I assume that building is fairly high tax rate. I don't know though. But. So circling back to the grant and aid request of $20,000. Do we have a number? Go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
Okay, so last year they got 12.5. That would cover a significant portion of their chairlift. The 8,000, I believe, was just for some contract work, and maybe if they put a little effort in, maybe they could get some of that through some of our local contractors and suppliers here in town. It's just a matter of widening a door in the kitchen to make it more wheelchair accessible. So it shouldn't be that big a job. That could maybe be done a little bit more locally. So I'm good with at least 12.5. That gives them a good start into what they require for their chairlift for sure.
Seeing another head nod, Councillor Botwell.
Thank you. Would we be, I guess we are still overextended, aren't we? On our grant and aid, are we not? Where's that dollar figure?
22,000.
22,000. I would hate to reduce it to 12.5, and I don't, I get it. I'd hate to reduce it to 12.5 and then find out that just because of the cycle that we're in, they no longer have access to certain grant monies and have to put something aside. I think that the kitchen reno on the main floor would probably be something that would be probably needed sooner than the chairlift. But again, I don't know. They're not here anymore. Is there a way to put it aside if we have funds left over and earmark it for, let's see what they get in grants, and if we have, because we usually do have money left over that we can tap into later. Sorry, I'm starting to wane. It's getting late afternoon. It's nappy time.
What's the number?
I'm going to say 15.
15. Anyone else? 15, you got 3 for 15, 4 for 15. The number's 15. Supper's ready. He's asking for 5. Yeah. Leave it at 5. Any objections? The Beacon's asking for 75. 100. Any objections? Waterfront Regeneration Trust, $500 over and over again. Every year they ask for it. Cod Farmers Market, $2,400. Seems like a pretty good investment to me. Brighton Garden Club's looking for $2,000. It's their 100th anniversary or something coming up. Something big is planned. And they essentially provide us with our beautiful, they take care of the Rose Ellery Park. They take care of all of the little gardens. It's a pretty good investment at the end of the day, I think. So we have 2 Brighton Marine Rescue plus boat slip. So one is the $3,000 loan forgiveness, and one is 16,275, which of course they came and presented about. What do we think? Councillor Botwell.
I know last year we, I guess it's because it's a trailer at this point. That's a big ask for me, for an organization where we, purchased the boat too. And has been forgiving loans. And with only 1,000, I understand that they're based out of this community and there's a lot of traffic that goes by us, but we also don't have a lot of spots for them to lay over. So there's not as much of an economic positive impact on the community for me to justify $16,000 of an investment in a trailer.
Councillor Rowley.
Do we know what's left owing on their loan?
Mr. Puffer.
Through you, the mayor, to the council, Councilor Rowley, I'd have to look into that and determine what the amount is.
Are you able to do that while we're having this conversation?
I will look into it.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. We'll find out. Yeah, we'll circle back. So can we just bookmark Brighton Marine Rescue? We'll carry on. Nothing from Pine Ridge, nothing from Lawn Bowling. Arts Council's request is $20,000. Anyone? Councillor Butwell?
It's a huge amount.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount and essentially subsidizing the rent completely for the whole year. That's a big ask for me. And I'm not comfortable with $20,000.
Do you have a number you'd suggest?
No, I'll sit back and wait to see what my fellow councillors think.
Councillor Wright?
I will say as a business owner on Main Street, it's always exciting when something new comes to Main Street that isn't a dentist or insurance or real estate or weed related. Things that bring life to the retail community that's down there, which can be a tough thing on some days. I know in my discussions with fellow business owners that we're all quite excited to see them down there. We know that the rent for them is a huge obstacle to overcome as they build up. I would be very comfortable with the 20 or even just slightly less than that, but I think sustaining them right now also helps sustain the business community down there.
Councillor Wheeldon?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to second that. I think that, well, I know that they have been working with a local landlord, and so I think they have some support for their rent that they're paying. I don't know exactly what their arrangement is, but just the idea that, they've been singing the praises of their landlord is encouraging to me. I think about how, we set aside 1% of our budget for grants and aid, which is a wonderful thing. Calgary sets aside 1% of its budget for supporting the arts. And I know there have been a few art pieces in Calgary that people love to make fun of on the internet and say it's a waste of taxpayer money. But, and it's always a hard sell to support something as intangible and individualistic as art. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And yet I know we have a community of quiet artists here who often paint in their own back room and nobody knows it. And so I think that art makes our community a better place. I want to support that any way that we can. And I know this is one of the biggest numbers on this spreadsheet today, but I think it's a step in the direction of having a community that wholeheartedly supports the arts and seeing what happens with that. So I support it as it is.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor? You need to use your microphone, Ron.
I think we're thinking about keeping things moving ahead for the next month. You finish the year, get the work done, and he's got a probation. He's got a addition coming to the whole development there, or addition to come along there as well. A lot of things going on, so I think he can keep it going for this year and see how he goes, and rather than just raise it, just go to 20,000.
Okay, thank you. So 20, I'm hearing 20.
Yeah, my comments as well. I mean, they've just kind of opened their doors. We don't know what summer will do for them. So I think if we can give them a good boost to get through this summer, and it's a swim or sink situation, I think, for them at some point. So, and it would be a great swim situation for Main Street if we can keep it open for sure.
Yeah, I think if they'd had their druthers, they would have opened or had things underway in April so that they could get, starting up and running in May. But the opportunity came up and they couldn't say no to the location. Well, they could have said no to the location, but the location's prime. And it's an exciting storefront for our downtown. I agree with Councillor Wright there. So it's a matter of whether we're willing to help this volunteer organization. You got to sell an awful lot of art to to pay that rent. So thank goodness they're volunteers and they're working and not having to pay themselves. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
I don't disagree really with anything that my colleagues have to say. We don't really have much of a representation in the community of our local arts and cultures. Well, we've got culture and such. I suppose my hesitation is truly just about it being a year after year $20,000 ask, because as we move forward, I mean, this is the first year that this is only my third budget that I've been sitting on. That said, this is the first year of those 3 years that we haven't had enough money set aside for all of the requests. And so I then look to who's been getting the most money all the way along, and how do we create space for these new groups that are coming through. And I see the group coming through and going big pretty quickly. And I'm cognizant that next year we're going to have additional people all going to the maximum, and we're going to just keep having to cut. I know we talked at some point about looking at our grant and aid policy a little, and kind of making it a little bit more structured, versus you can ask for up to 5,000, 20,000, whatnot. In terms of an infancy year, I agree, it's hard to get up and running. I'll just sit back. I'll support my colleagues on this one. I'll defer to this is their one.
So we're going to hang in at 20 grand. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Rainbow Youth Center with Parn. Parn would be the charitable organization receiving the funds, I assume. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
I'm really excited that somebody asked for less money for once. They did last year say, if you could give us, this being their first year, if you can give us this injection, we commit to doing these things. And next year we commit to not coming back for as big of a dollar amount. And I know that we were all invited over to view them at their opening, and what they've done to transform that space at the back of the tin roof is really fantastic. So I support the 5,000 strictly because they asked for less.
Councillor Rowley.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any concerns. I would like to defer this one as well. We did not get a complete application as far as I see it. We got some words. We didn't get a financial report or exactly what they did with their money last year. I remember their conversation a little bit different, Councillor Botwell, as far as we're not coming back for more money. This is it. We won't be back for any next year. So like I said, I'm not ready to write it off, but I would like to maybe hear from the group and maybe see just a bit more of a complete complete application, because I think there might be a few things missing. So like I said, not writing it off. I would just like to maybe hold on if that's possible.
Can we budget for it and ask for the financials? And if we get the proper financials, then we'll release the funds. I think that would be the way to go, rather than.
Okay, I'm willing to just, make sure that, everybody, every group, regardless how much or how little, they need to provide those things. And I don't see it in my package although I did mess up with Sunny Days yesterday as well. But I would like to wait till we have a complete package. But you can leave the money there. Yeah. But I want to see the rest of the package.
I don't want to yank the money out. We've got 2 youth centers. One is, they're both asking for reasonable amounts of money to protect our youth and do youth programming. So I want to make sure that we're at least saying we're going to fund them, as long as we get the right, as long as you check the right boxes here. Dot your I's and cross your T's, and the funds will be released. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
Thank you. They, through Parn, get audited financial statements every single year. I believe they were the only applicant that gave us full audited financial statements last year. I expect it was probably an oversight more than anything, or they hadn't completed it. I loved seeing that package versus the guesstimations that most groups do. I mean, they obviously have a larger organization behind them, backing them, but I think if somebody could reach out to them, I'm sure they'd provide it.
Yeah, and Parn is is a registered charity, you know, CRA registered charity, et cetera. So they have to, you know, they have to dot their I's and cross their T's or they get in big trouble. So I would anticipate we'd be able to get the information you're looking for. We just ask staff to please bring it to council, and council would then be the pass a motion to release the funds. Fair? Yep. 5, leaving it at 5. Carpet bowlers, nothing. Curling club, $1,000. Councillor Rowley.
I think this is just a very cheap dollar value for some ambassadorship for Brighton. These older young ladies, they're older than I am, but I think last year was great fun for them. And I think the fact that we can carry Brighton to Alberta this year for a small amount of money, as you said, Mayor, at their AGM, this is you're great ambassadors for our community. So I think $1,000 is pretty cheap.
I agree. If we can spread the Brighton word around the country, all the better. So for $1,000, it seems like a pretty good investment. Maybe for $1,000. The Children's Foundation. This is a new one. Is it a Brighton-based organization? I'm not. No. Okay. Do they have programs in Brighton? That's my next question. Does anyone know? Well, I think they're part of the Children's Aid Society, so they would be across the 3 communities. I'm just not sure.
It's their fundraising arm is what it says in here.
Their website is brightonkids.ca.
Okay.
So I think they're pretty committed to Brighton.
So this is like their foundation. This is their foundation arm of the Children's Aid Society then. Okay. And I didn't see what their intent was for the money. Go ahead, Councillor Whelan.
I found that page here.
Thank you. There it is. I see it now.
Following ways: safety improvements, $2,000. Drainage installation is $1,200. I'm on the wrong one. Are you sure? Oh, I'm on the Brighton District Family Resource Center. My mistake. So the Children's Foundation is not brightonkids.ca. That's the Children's Foundation.
Yeah, it's the Highland Shores Children's Aid. I got it here.
Okay.
Playing for keeps, $2,500. Support minimum of 6 children per year. Well, I hate to throw motherhood and apple pie out the window here, but I gotta go no. I gotta go no. Yeah. And I assume every single grant and aid organization was offered an opportunity to come and speak to us today. Is that correct? Do we know? Not specific outreach?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did forward to only those that were over 5,000 as per the policy because it was a requirement. So I did not open it up to everyone as an invitation. Certainly if they.
But we certainly didn't say no to anyone who asked.
Definitely not.
Councillor Wright.
I think this just supports children to take part in sports, extracurricular activity that they wouldn't otherwise be able to take part in because of financial hardship.
I support people wanting to be in sports, but as per the Parks and Rec budget, we subsidize sports by a considerable amount already. I can't say based on this how many Brighton youth would even participate.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. As well, we do have a youth initiative fund that if there were children in Brighton who requested to have a little bit of financial support, on a one-to-one basis, they do have that opportunity. So I would rather see, if I knew $5,000 was going to help kids in sports, keep it Brighton kids in sport.
Okay. Anyone disagree with that? Going to take it out? Brighton District Family Resource Center, $5,000.
Is that the one I was reading off of earlier?
Yes.
So they're building something in Brighton. Nature-based learning space development. So this is the daycare, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one out of the public school next door. Councillor Rowley.
If I may ask, because I figured that out, that it's at the public, are they under an umbrella of something? Are they under Board of Education? Are they under the Y, or is this just a private daycare? I don't know.
They do receive funding, provincial funding through Northumberland County. I know that because we helped expand their existing facility. They're in partnership with the school board, although I suspect they rent the space. I don't know how that works. Although it's probably in their financials. Councillor Wheeldon?
If I may suggest, this is fairly similar to us building the playground equipment for Smithfield, only at a much smaller amount.
Yeah. So it's in? Brighton stockings and sacks for seniors, $4,000. Go ahead.
And I'd just like to ask a clarifying question. So they received an additional amount of money this past year as well, on top of the base amount. What was the total? Was it 4 total?
I think it was. They got 3 and then they got another 1.
And another 1. Okay. I don't have any issues with it.
I'm just generally a little concerned, and I mean this across the board, with organizations coming to the government for funding instead of going to the businesses doing the work. I'm not saying they're not doing the work. I know they do. But, it's one thing to say, I'm doing the work at Christmas time, but why not have your gala or whatever you need to do, some fundraiser throughout the year to make up this couple of $1,000s here, and happy to fund them with some, but I don't know, it just everything goes up and up and up. And I know we're only talking about $4,000 here, but it's still a lot of money. Go ahead.
So I do know, as having participated in this program, that there are several businesses in town that will have boxes at our businesses for people to drop off goods that are listed on the wish list for people to fulfill. So that's this amount covers over and above what they need to get to all the seniors.
Right.
In that space. So, and a lot of the businesses do contribute outside of just box space as well.
Fair enough. So 4? Yeah, go ahead.
Go
ahead.
No, okay, thank you. I think that the program has grown year over year. Actually, we can see it's grown year over year. I also know that the coverage area has now expanded beyond Brighton. So there are places like other retirement homes, et cetera, that are not in Brighton that receive these items. So perhaps we could ask the question, are we subsidizing people in other communities? And are there asks from other communities as well? In general, I don't have an issue because as long as the items are getting into what I would assume is solo seniors at Christmas time, I mean, that to me that's a great thing. I mean, we support a lot of youth through, the Beacon, through Sunny Days even, and this one is specifically earmarked just for seniors at a time of year when being alone is really tough. But I would be interested in hearing if other communities are providing funding for them as well, seeing that they're now within service areas.
Perhaps we earmark the $4,000 and request that they come as to provide a presentation so we can ask some questions. Is that fair? CAO. Yep, thank you. Brighton Stage Productions, $5,000. Councillor Rowley.
I just want to go back to stockings for seniors.
Yep, go ahead.
We don't have anything from them.
They're not a registered charity.
Well, shouldn't they still put in something to say what they're using their money for? Like I don't have one sheet of paper regardless of whether there's nothing here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have it in my binder. Possible that it was missed. Unfortunately, I don't have a page number, but this potentially was one that was missing actually now, because I thought I am familiar with it. So maybe this is the one that was missing because it shouldn't necessarily be in the beginning. I think I probably put mine in order of the ones that we had on the list.
So it's at the very beginning, right?
You have it at the beginning?
I think I have it.
I think it was provided after the fact. So if you need a copy, I think our deputy clerk has one for you.
Yeah, this was what I put on all of your desks at the last budget meeting because it was missed in your binder. So it should be paper clipped.
Okay, that's this one then. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. So we're moving on to Brighton Stage Productions, $5,000. Councillor Wheeldon.
Same comment I made about the visual arts downtown on Main Street. This is performance arts. And what they're asking for is something to get up and running. They need to pay royalties for their first production. And the royalties are the biggest part of their spreadsheet about their total expenses. And so to get some support towards those royalties, not even fully paying for them, so that they can put on a show and make some money back for their next show.
And they are doing a fundraiser with music coming up. When is it?
It's the 16th of this month.
Yeah, I know I'm not available.
Yeah, Councillor McCausland and I will be attending. I'm very excited to see what they've got in store.
Here. Well, as you know, as someone who was in Bruce's the very first Razzmatazz choir, that was many years ago, along with Councillor Wright down there, and as someone who was a theater junkie in high school, I can say that Bruce will do a bang-up job on this. So we'll all be very proud to see it happen, and hopefully seed money is seed money and they can get something up and running, and we won't see them back for as much next year, but we'll see what happens.
Maybe you could be a highlighted performer at
Well,
something,
maybe
like
I
if you're a
haven't
singer.
sung publicly in a very long time.
Yourself and Councillor Wright.
All right. So we need to circle back to Brighton Marine Rescue. Mr. Puffer, do you have an answer for us by chance?
I do. Through you, Mayor, the balance as of the end of December 2024 is $30,187 outstanding.
And do they make payments? Like, it's not just us subsidizing their loan, I hope. No, I know they didn't, so.
Yes, through you, Mayor, the payment cycle appears to be semi-annual with June and December payment.
Of how much each?
$1,878.41.
Each? So we're subsidizing the bulk of that repayment. Or do we take that off as well?
There was loan forgiveness of $3,000 in April 2024.
So there's loan forgiveness plus 2 payments.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right. So we'll take this in the 2 parts that it's listed. Are we comfortable with the continued loan forgiveness on the boat? I would like to see us continue to offer that. I mean, you know, we don't make the chief's team run around raising money for his big trucks. They're very pretty though, chief, so. You know. I get it. But again, the question is, this is an extension of our emergency services at the end of the day, and they work very closely with our fire team. And no, I just need to point out that, you know, they're not going out for boat rides, right? These guys are skilled. Yes, they took me for a boat ride, and that's what it was. No different than when the chief takes me out in the truck. You know, it's just a car ride, you know. But they are very skilled work, and they coordinate with us, with the OPP, with joint whatever it's called, the joint whatever communications team for search and rescue, et cetera, et cetera. Chief, you have something to say?
Yes, they are, like your worship, like you said, they are a very close mutual aid partner with us here in Brighton. And they also actually save us money, because if we had to have our own marine rescue, it would be substantial capital investment for boats and so on, especially and ongoing training. So we do work very strongly together with them and continue to develop relationships with them too. So a lot more I can add.
No, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Rowley.
2 questions. First question to Ms. Hallam. What is the cost of the dock rental if you were to take that off the 16,275?
Through the mayor to council, it's roughly $1,000.
For the season? Yeah. Thank you.
May I ask another question?
You may.
Thank you. If we were to consolidate their $30,000 outstanding loan and add $15,000 to that, how would that work out in a repayment plan? So they could get their trailer?
Mr. Puffer? Yeah. Councillor Wheeldon.
While Mr. Puffer is looking, I mean, most of the things on this list strike me as having the same value to taxpayers as this statement that's been made about cemeteries. Ultimately, it is cheaper for us to support the community doing good work than it is for us to take on that work ourselves. This is a prime example of that. And so I do support it. It's just a way, you know, if there's a better way of doing it, as Councillor Rowley suggested, that's enticing to me as well.
Councillor Boatwell.
Thank you. 2-pronged approach. One, if this is a branch of our emergency services and potential life-saving, then to me, in and of itself, it's a no-brainer. That being said, would there be a way, Mr. Puffer, and I realize I'm interrupting you while you're working away over there. We have a loan repayment with an outstanding amount of $30,000. What about if we did a forgiveness in the amount of the cost of the trailer? Would that is there any reason that would work out better? Like, or not reason, could that benefit them more and actually reduce our impact on this grant and aid budget?
The total.
I'm not sure anybody can answer that question except us.
Okay. But the total cost of the trailer was like 28,000 plus, right?
Yeah.
So they're only asking for
half
a portion.
Yeah.
So if we were to say 15,000 using your figure, 15,000 is money that we could give as part of our budgeted grant and aid, or we could forgive 15,000 of the boat purchase amount and then just reduce what they owe us on that end, and then it doesn't touch this budget.
Not sure it helps them though. I think you
Because
just,
it's a cash flow thing.
yeah, I think you just shortening the length of time they'll pay their $3,600 a year or whatever. When what they need is 15 grand to go buy a trailer. If we want them to extend their season, that's what this is all about, right?
I understand that.
So, I mean, there it
No,
is.
well, and that's just it. Like when I started off saying, this is emergency, this is literal life and death for a human being. Versus when you start weighing it against some of the other stuff, like that's all the extra stuff that we get to do if we're alive. I'd rather have someone alive than some of the other things here. No offense to the other things, people.
Even if they're not from Brighton, we'd still rather them be alive. Yes, understood.
I don't think the chief's truck has like a propeller or anything.
Does
on the
not,
back.
no. And don't give them any ideas. Or guess what you'll see next week. How much was the boat? No, the boat, the trailer, I mean, sorry. $28. Yeah, and they're asking for 60 plus. Where do you want to go? Yeah, yeah. Looking over here. Yeah, no. Councillor Wheeldon.
We did cut them down quite a bit from their ask last year. And we found some savings there for that budget, but ultimately, like, we know that they're not going to go away if they don't get the full amount, but in this case, they're asking for something that could ultimately change their services. So I think last year they had asked for a significant loan forgiveness, and that was what we cut down. And that, I mean, we're holding their loan anyway. We weren't about to evict them or come after them for it. So in this case, though, it is specific to a service. So I'm much more amenable this year to a bigger give.
That's all right.
I think it's good to save all the bobs that are out there.
There it is. Especially the involuntary bobs. Yeah. Unless I hear an objection, it's staying in. All right, so we have saved $10,000, everybody. So that means we're still 11,800 high. That said, the Trenton Memorial Hospital request of 16,780 would come out because they have removed that and are asking for a $100,000 commitment over 5 years. So that's something we'll need to wrap our heads around as well. So while we're doing that, let's continue down this list. Brighton Community Care, $5,000. This is essentially a rent subsidy to make sure they have a space here in Brighton over at Prince Edward Square. Go ahead, Councillor Boutwell.
And this is not a dig at anyone else, but a rent subsidy for doing the good work in the community, especially in healthcare, to me feels very natural. A complete subsidy of rent does not feel good to me when it comes to the taxpayers' money. And I'll just leave it at that.
Understood. So we're good with the 5,000. So Bridge Hospice is requesting 10 again this year. How do we feel? Yeah. Gift from the Heart is requesting 16,800. I'm not frankly comfortable subsidizing their entire rent when they're not here. So happy to help, but help, not not pay the full freight. So what's that look like?
So I believe that Ms. Woods said the total rent was 18,000. I'm going to kind of say maybe we're a 50-50 with Quinte West as far as patients, would we be, or 40-60? Not 50-50?
I don't think so.
Less?
Yeah.
Most of them are over there. I am not willing to go then over 7,500. Well, that's where we were before. 8,000.
If most of their clients are in Quinte West and, you know, where our population is about a fifth, quarter to a fifth, I don't know that we should be subsidizing half, but that's up to you guys. Right. Right. Councillor Wright?
Keeping in mind too that their mobile unit will be coming here. So we have to keep that in mind as well.
Councillor Wheeldon?
I'm a little bit torn on that. I get the fairness of proportionality, especially since the hospital foundations both used that proportionality in their ask today. This service is a little bit different in that it is perhaps the most progressive of all of the services that have come today, because it is very specifically for people who are in need of dental care, which is otherwise quite expensive. And to me, this is a question of how much do we want this service to exist in our community? I know it's not in our community per se. And as much as I think it would be really fair for Quinte West to pay for 80% of this, Quinte West has already passed their budget, I believe, and is unlikely to make up that difference. So I'm not suggesting that we do the full amount, but I would be comfortable with up to 10,000, knowing that there is going to be their mobile unit here, and that this is a service that can, you know, as much as we think that dental is different, it can in fact save lives.
Councillor Botwell?
As I said before during the presentation, I love the service that they offer. I do think that all things considered, if we didn't have a shortfall, I would have no issue. But I realize that we have to start prioritizing within the community as well. I think that 16.8 is high for Brighton residents to carry. I would be supportive of 8, as Councillor Rowley had stated. And I will be speaking with Ms. Woods afterwards, and I will allow them to use my power hookup and all that stuff just to bring that mobile unit back to Brighton to help ensure that we do get some personalized coverage or access for Brighton residents.
Thank you for that. 8. 8,400 so that Councillor Wheeldon can sleep tonight. $8,400, that's what I put in here. Everybody good? University Hospitals Kingston Foundation, 15 grand. Councillor Botwell.
I think I'd be a little bit more critical if our wonderful colleague had not been attending for those services in the last few months. So I am fully in support of that 15,000, as I know Councillor Ferrettis would have been. And I think that's the right thing to do in this case.
And Councillor Rowley, if you could
Thank you.
repeat what you said to me.
Yes, I spoke with the mayor just during lunch, that if there is some way to give this in memory of Councillor Ferrettis, excuse me.
Do you want me to do it?
Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Not sure I'll do any better, but I'll try.
Yeah, that's all right.
So
I'll
the
find a way.
request is that if we do give this, we give it in memory of Byron, and I think that's good and appropriate to do. We can pass a motion at council saying that we have done so, and certainly in our letter to them when we give them the money, we can make a note of that as well. And I also pointed out, you know, we've had several former members and members of council and staff who have had to attend at Kingston. A former mayor who had life-saving heart surgery there. A former member of council who had life-saving heart surgery there in the last term. My stepfather, a former mayor, took his end of life treatments at Kingston Cancer Center. So, lots of close ties to council, and we know that because we see the numbers. And what I like about their request is they are very specific to our numbers, and they've drilled it right down to number of visits, number of patients. It's when people make these requests, we offer a pot of money and people make these requests and then show us exactly on a per visit basis what we're paying for. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I go, okay. Councillor Wheeldon.
I second all of that. And I wanted to say that I was talking to my parents today. They are one-time Brighton residents. They lived here for a year, used to live on Baldwin Street. And they now live in Calgary, and my mom's been going through cancer for the last 3 years or so. She's clean. She's been clean a year, but still has a lot of return visits. And they keep saying, as much as they never thought they would live in Calgary, they say, we're so glad we're here because for whatever else is going on in Alberta politics and everything else, their healthcare system is excellent. And just the idea that access to health is the most basic amenity. Do we want to be the kind of place where people say, I'm glad we live here because it had everything that I needed? I think we do. It would be nice if it was closer than Kingston for a lot of the things that we rely on Kingston for, but nonetheless, it is accessible to us. And I'm grateful for that and want to support that.
Councillor Rowley.
Right. And I think during his 2 years here, there was no greater advocate for healthcare and what went on in Brighton than Councillor Paredes. So I think if we can kind of just leave an extra mark for him doing this, I think well done.
Very well, thank you. So I've made a check mark, 15,000 it is. Trent Memorial Hospital Foundation, 16,780. The implication is that would be removed if we went down the road of the $100,000 a year for 5 years request. And I think that is something, I know it's a big amount of money, but I think it's a request we need to take quite seriously given the value to expanded emergency services in our community. And Trent, whether you like it or not, Trent Memorial is our hospital. I can say all day long, we're lucky we have 3 hospitals, and we do, but the vast majority of our residents head to the east. The vast majority of our ambulance calls take patients to the east. And even after we're there, our specialty care continues east, whether it be through Belleville or Kingston. So that's just where we access the things in this community, as we know. As Ms. Woods mentioned, it's a lot easier to get someone from Brighton to go to Trenton than vice versa. So I can't figure that out. We're quite lovely, so I don't know why. Yeah, Councillor Wheeldon.
I unfortunately had occasion to take kids to the hospital after hours for non-urgent but urgent enough kind of visits in the past year. And for one visit, we went east to Trenton, and for one visit, we went west to Cobourg. And we received excellent service in both places, but the difference in ER admission and waiting rooms was astronomically different. Cobourg has a newer, nicer hospital. It would be really nice if we didn't have to drive twice as far to access that level of or that quality of a waiting room. So the idea of this ER expansion makes a lot of sense to me.
Into the microphone, sir.
There are more people in Cobourg to service you. You're getting serviced much faster down in Cobourg. I think so.
If the conditions are right, before the good doctors in Belleville removed my gallbladder, I was having one of those weird attacks one night. And I didn't know I had a gallbladder problem. I thought I was having a heart attack. And my wife woke up and said, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" I said, "Uh-huh." So off we went. We'd made the decision to go to Cobourg thinking, because we'd heard, you get in faster, blah, blah, blah. We waited for an hour and a half. Of course, the gallbladder attack subsides. I go to the triage nurse and say, "We're out of here. I'm gone." She says, "Are you sure?" I'm saying, yeah, we're gone. I'll go to my family doctor tomorrow. At which point I discovered I needed to have it out. But anyway, that's another story. But that night, as we waited, 3 ambulances came in, one right after another. And of course, that's the impactful thing in an emergency room, because you can't say no to the guy on the gurney. You got to say yes. And so those of us in the waiting room, unless, we're carrying limbs with us as we walk in, we're going to have to wait. And that's just the way it goes. So it's only faster if you're lucky. And I have been lucky when we've taken our children many moons ago now, when we've taken our children both times to TMH when we had to go. They got us in and out quickly, but I think that's also a factor. The younger the kid, the faster you get in usually. So that's good too. Councillor Rowley, did you have something?
Not really, but if you only waited an hour and a half, be thankful.
Right. Yes. Well, I didn't wait an hour and a half. I waited an hour and a half and then I left. Then I went home. So we're going to say yes to the $100,000, understanding that what we're doing is committing ourselves to this over 5 years. But once we tax the ratepayer for it, the taxpayer for it, we don't have to tax them again for it because we will continue to draw the money. Go ahead.
Yes, I say yes to this, but I just want to add, as I always do when we get to healthcare considerations in our municipal budget, that we keep track of all of our healthcare spending so that we can present a nice long list to the next provincial government for reimbursement.
Well, good luck with that invoice, sir. Good luck collecting it anyway. So I guess my next question is, do we consider this a grant and aid? I don't think we do. I think we consider this we remove it from our grants and aid and we put it into another budget in healthcare, and take that 16,780 out of our grants and aid so that we can have a little bit left over for future when someone comes in June and says, my worthy group needs a couple grand. Go ahead.
I would argue that we could do the same for this entire section of the grants and aid budget. Community care, the bridge, gift from the heart, and both hospitals. The arguments that we make in support of them today are the same ones we made last year and the year before, and we'll make ever more, I imagine. And so, my snarky comment a moment ago aside, these are essential services for our community, and the idea that they are a grant for a community organization rather than support of an institution we rely upon is a little bit off, I think.
So I've said that about the cemeteries. I would agree with you on this. And I think what we need to do post-budget is have a look at how we budget these things and what we consider a grant and aid moving forward. Because there's certainly, I think, a lot of things here that aren't grants and aid. They're necessary government services that the taxpayer, the property taxpayer now has to provide funds for if we want to continue to service the people of Brighton and the surrounding area. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we touched on this last year about talking about taking healthcare items out and addressing it differently. Because at the end of the day, either the municipal taxpayer is going to pay for it, or like we talk about there being one taxpayer, and coming up with a way to manage that piece of it just on its own. I seem to remember us talking about that.
I think we did, and likely in the transition of CAOs, it's fallen off of the order paper, if you will. Am I allowed to say order paper in this chamber? I don't know. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeldon.
That's why they are in separate tables now. It used to all be one long table. Now we've got 3 separate ones, one for cemeteries, one for healthcare, and one for everybody else.
And yet it all siphons out of that grants and aid budget. So I think we need to have a larger conversation around our policy about how we fund grants and aid and what is a grant and aid versus what is healthcare and what is cemeteries and what is et cetera, et cetera. So I know the CAO's taken very serious notes on that, and we'll bring back a report after we've got our budget sealed down. That's our incentive to get this done so that we can get on with other work. So 16,780 comes out of that line item, and $100,000 for the TMH over 5 years, not over 5 years, for 5 years, $100,000 each for 5 years goes in another line item, and we'll trust our staff to let us know what that's gonna look like moving forward. Go ahead, Councillor Boutwell.
And just because I'm going to bring it up again, the retention program, if we're going to spend money on medical services for for the people of this community. I'd rather see that money going towards paying for important improvements, upgrades, et cetera, at our local hospital, which is where everyone ends up pretty much.
Understood. I do like how you have a way of bringing things back. What does everyone say to a little 10-minute break? And there's coffee and tea in the kitchen, I'm told. Is that correct? Yeah, there you go. Not because of you. There you go. We didn't touch your budget either, Chief. So it's 3:07. Let's call it 3:20 to return. And my intent is then to try to get everything done in about half an hour or so after that. I think we're almost there anyway. It's 3:21. I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone. Hope you got a refreshment of some sort. So we flip the page and talk about cemeteries. Does anyone want to talk about cemeteries, or are we happy? Happy. Everybody's happy with cemeteries. Go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. I don't want to talk about cemeteries more or less. I've just lost my sheet. But on one of the sheets we got earlier today, we talk about Mount Hope and other cemeteries. Are we including something different there than the cemeteries that are listed here? It's on one of those sheets with the yellow and blue. And
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that refers to Mount Hope and the other cemeteries that we maintain that aren't active.
Oh,
The one in Smithfield, the one down on Bowes Road, the Clerk Cemetery,
okay.
Pioneer, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, just make sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can we talk specifically about Hilton Cemetery, Mayor? Nothing in particular.
If you'd like me to leave the room, you can. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I get it. It's good to have fun. It's okay. So 27,150 for the care and maintenance, the donations to privately owned cemeteries, which keeps them in privately owned hands. Willow Point Property Owners Limited, any conversation there? I think it's an amount provided to help them maintain their private laneway. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's a carry forward. We're not actually supplying an extra 5,000 this year. It's just that was agreed to last year, if I
And they
remember
didn't
correctly.
spend it.
Yeah, okay.
That's a them problem. Anyone else on that one? We're good? Nothing. External budgets. Does anyone want to talk about any of these? Library board? Anyone? Police Services Board? OPP contract? Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Quinte Transit? Lower Trent? QEDC? This is another one that's a per capita payment. So Belleville and Quinte West are really the ones who fund QEDC. And if you look at the QEDC, they also take about 600 people out for the permanent population at Warkworth Institution. DBIA, revenue and expenditures and in and out. Go ahead.
Reading these, Mr. Hagerman, did I miss it? Or maybe it's just in your budget, the amount paid to the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board? Is that just included in your ECDEV budget?
Mr. Hagerman?
Should be in the, through to Councillor Rowley, through the mayor. Should be in the tourism promotions budget. I believe it's in the 18s. As per the memorandum of understanding, it's $20,000 flat this year from 18.7 last year.
Thank you both. Anyone else? All right, members of council, staff, is there anything else we need to talk about with relating to the budget? Councillor Butwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mr. Puffer. I guess you're keeping a running total going. Where do we sit right now with those adjustments that we made for grant and aid?
Through the mayor to Councillor Butwell, the grant and aid reduction totals $35,180 when you factor in the reduction of $5,000 for Sunny Days Group Program, $5,000 for the Children's Foundation, and $8,400 for Gift from the Heart, as well as Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation reduction of their grant requests of $16,780. adding the additional request that was in there of $21,800 that was initially deducted to get within the funding ceiling. The total funding is $169,075, reduction of about $14,530.
So we're still not there.
And so then we add in the 2 summer students, the CIP accessibility funding, and the $100,000 for TMH. I think you were looking for a total percentage, right? Where are we? Is that what you wanted to know?
No, I just actually was wanting to know how much we had left
Oh.
under the community support section. Sorry, I should have been more clear, but those numbers were very helpful as well.
So if we go with 1.5%, whatever the policy is,
Yeah.
what's the amount remaining to set aside for future requests?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Rowley, the total is 170,225. The threshold is 183,605. For a difference, 13,380 would be left over.
Anyone else? Councillor Butwell.
And we'd like to leave a little bit of a buffer, I'm guessing, right? For any future requests that come in.
Yeah, we always
Helpful.
get 1 or 2 throughout the year, and
Okay.
it usually we don't spend it all, but
Mhm.
it's still good to have a few $1,000s hanging over that.
And I'd actually like to just make a comment if I could. I just during our break spoke to a representative from Parn. And they don't do their final budgeting till March. So they did submit a budget, just not their audited statements. And I did because we had a little off-bar conversation about whether they were looking for last year no more money in the following year, or just they won't come back for as much money. I went back and had a look at the meeting, and they said they would not be coming back for a major grant again, and they haven't. And the comments were that for startup, council did not wish to have to fund a startup again to the tune of, I think it was 9,000 and change. But yet we are funding startups this year to the tune of 20,000. So my point being, last year we had one organization who was essentially told they won't get the money unless they come back for less next year. But we have not done that with some of our first time major grant requests. So I just want to put that one on the record.
Fair point. Councillor Wheeldon.
I will say that when I supported startups, my comments in particular for Brighton Stage Productions was that this would be a way for them to get their first show going so that they can get their revenue going. I had sort of built in the assumption that that would be the case for any startup funding based on the precedent that I think we set last year. But of course, we don't set precedents.
True story. Councillor Butwell.
And just to follow through, at 5,000, it doesn't qualify for a major grant. I'm talking about specifically the Brighton Arts Council, who have requested $20,000, up 15,000 from last year. So it's really, I mean, they have a new expense line, which is significant. So in the spirit of what was said to a group last year that was getting started up, I'd like to say I would like to not see $20,000, another major grant request from them next year.
Noted and on record. Anyone else? Okay, so go ahead.
Not pertaining to grants on aid or anything. I just, a little clarification before we broke for lunch, Mayor. You read some comments from Mr. Green. Could you just kind of reread and reclarify what he was talking about? I think it had to do with the medical stuff, right? And
Yeah,
I've lost it.
I'm not going to reread it, but it was about the, it was really making sure that our physician incentives are, the contracts are airtight. I think Mr. Green has a concern with the one doctor who has not yet paid us back. Right? So, Mr. Puffer, can you please tell us where we're at overall?
To you, Mayor, through you, Mayor, to the council. Currently, the blended rate is 6.3% when factoring in the revisions that have been talked about today that result in the municipal levy increase of 7.61%. Those items that have been included and factored in the budget are 2 additional summer students, one for economic development and the other for CAO clerk GIS cemetery mapping that total $25,000 approximately.
Feels like a very specific skill set.
Yes. Extremely. As well as an additional $25,000 for the continuous improvement plan, the $100,000 year 1 of a 5-year commitment to the Trenton Memorial Hospital Foundation funding, and then the grants and aid modification of reducing the total to essentially by $35,180 for those reductions that were cited before.
Thank you for that. But that does not include a 13,000-ish extra additional amount in the grants and aid for future requests. Correct?
It does include that.
It does include that. I don't think it does.
Let me just take a look.
I'm not an accountant, but my rough numbers tell me it does not include that.
Sorry, yeah, it does include that. It's the $21,800 increment gets you to the 184 total.
So what's the total grant? What is the total amount in the grants and aid budget right now? Councillor Wilden?
Not to derail the current line of thinking, but we didn't go back for rain barrels.
You're right. And derail the budget over rain barrels. Well, while we're waiting for Mr. Puffer's answer, let's chat about rain barrels. Councillor Wilden.
So with the reductions that we've made to grants and aid, which I feel good about, I don't necessarily feel like we are coming forward to an empty pot and saying, can we scratch out 15 grand for rain barrels? I feel like we've done pretty well in bringing things down. Staff have done an incredible job in bringing things down. And again, budgeting for rain barrels means that we raise the money, but not necessarily that we spend it, but that we create a program that could be a point of community engagement with the environment and the municipality, and maybe create a little bit of community collaboration in our common good.
If council were to proceed funding the rain barrel project, is it something that the Environmental Sustainability Committee could champion? Just both from a marketing of that committee's perspective and.
Absolutely. So the next thing on the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee's agenda is Earth Day celebrations, which we'll be having again in Memorial Park. And we could absolutely be promoting that in addition to the other things that we're talking about there.
Cool. How are we doing over there, Mr. Puffer? Haven't heard. I was just checking in with Keith. Are we doing rain barrels, everyone? Rain barrels, yes or no? Yes, 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 yes. Everyone wants rain barrels. You have to add 15 grand.
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Mayor. The total is the 172.25, which does not include the extra amount. So that is correct. There's 13,380 available, but not budgeted in here.
So available in the policy, not budgeted, so really not available. If we were to budget an additional 13,000 for future requests, then it would be available to the groups and people and so on for those requests. Thank you. Councilor Rowley.
I would suggest that maybe we put that 13,000 back in, because if not, next year we're going to find ourselves on another shortfall. This will just kind of buffer next year's grants and aid program. So I would suggest we put the 13.
I think it's a good idea. I do think we need to take a good look at our grants and aid policy, how we're funding things. I know I feel like I'm harping on something now, but I think it's important that we do that. I think right now we set aside in the budget or in the policy 1.5%, but it's always over and above what is presented to us. And I think that's on purpose. It then becomes a political decision on whether we're funding these things, which is appropriate. But I think we need to look at whether 1.5% is enough or too much or what have you, and maybe have that important conversation, as well as remove things like cemeteries and healthcare items from grants and aid. So I think important policy discussions from a budgetary perspective. So we're adding essentially $28,000 with rain barrels and future requests to grants and aid. And so I'll get you to roll up those numbers, Mr. Puffer, and let us know where we're going to stand and see if everyone's comfortable with that.
Mr. Mayor, adding the $15,000 rain barrel initiative to the Environmental Advisory Committee budget, as well as the $13,380 to the grant and aid, will give municipal tax levy increase of 7.83%, which results in a combined blended tax increase of approximately 6.35%.
So overall, about 0.5% on the overall tax.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Are we comfortable?
I just want to say I spoke with Mr. Puffer yesterday, and when we were looking at 6.52, it meant in a dollar value of a home worth $400,000, about $200 a year. So kind of put it into a bit. So it's a little bit less than $200 a year on a house valued at $400,000.
Are there any houses in Brighton valued at $400,000?
Market value is a little different than assessed value, correct, sir?
Yes, fair enough. Since assessed value is 9 years old now, and missed those weird COVID years where everything went goofy. So, yeah, you're right. Probably everything is about $400,000 based on that. We want to talk about anything else? I have a motion to read if not. It's moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that Council direct staff to prepare a presentation for the 2025 operating capital budget meeting to be held on February 18th, 2025. Discussion? All in favor? Go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
Good job, staff. Good job, council. I think 6% is very reasonable and compatible for most of us here. We expected to be higher. I expected we would be higher, so this is a bonus for sure.
And we're still getting a lot of things done. Yeah, yeah. All those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. Is there anyone present who has a question with anything that appeared on today's agenda? I'm not going to read the blurb, Amy.
I'm always respectful.
I know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question about.
Could
the
you state
co-
your name for the
Yes,
record?
it's, I was going to say counselor. Oh my God, it's been so many years. Sorry. Amy McQuaid. I just had a question. David Green had put forward the question about the doctor, and I'm wondering where we could find that. I didn't realize, like, is that like a public discussion that council had about the doctor?
We discussed that information in a closed session, and so there has been nothing yet daylighted.
So my then next question would be, how would a resident know about that?
A resident would know about that if they followed along with our closed session information before we go into closed about.
No, but you just said it hasn't been daylighted, so there wouldn't have been.
The fulsome information hasn't been daylighted. CAO, do you have a comment?
I'm just trying
Thank
to
you.
follow
Through
because
you,
I
Mr.
don't
Mayor.
remember it.
We are still in discussions. So once everything is finalized, we'll be able to come out and report back to the public. But we don't have the finalization of it just yet.
No, I understand that. I'm trying to ascertain how a member of the public had access to be able to even ask that question if it's not been daylighted.
I believe, I can't say for sure, but I
Okay.
believe that the physician was his physician. So he would be aware of
Okay.
things that
Thank you.
maybe some of us aren't. Probably shouldn't have said that, but. Any other questions? We have no closed session, which brings us to adjournment. I will, before I do so, just thank everyone, council and staff in particular, for the work you've done to get us where we are. Always very professional, always helpful. Appreciate the work that was done to get the budget here, especially given that our treasurer has been off and away, and we hope she's back as soon as she can be. But Mr. Puffer, CAO, thank you for the work you did to get us here. It's appreciated. Council, thank you for the good, open, and respectful dialogue. I think it was very helpful to get us along the way, and I agree, it could have been a lot higher. So we've managed to get a blended rate of just over 6%, and getting a lot of work done in our community. So thank you all very much. Keep up the good work. It is 3:44. This meeting's adjourned.